morning to every one of us. Good morning. I want to believe we can all hear me. I want to believe we can all hear me. If you can hear me, kindly signify. Oh, great. Thank you. I can already see some people respond in the chat room. Timmy, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Can others hear me, please? If you can hear me, just give me a response. Let me know. Others, good morning. While we are waiting other people to join in the class, I want us to just give let's say 5 minutes so that other people can join in the class. I want to believe others are still probably network or something else is delaying other people. So let's kindly do 5 more minutes so that we can wait for others to join us in class this morning. Right. So 5 minutes, please. We so much desire that no one miss out of this class today. However, other people are still yet to join the class, but we can no longer wait because waiting the time, if we wait, the time is not waiting for us. So we need to also maximize the usage of time. So we'll start the class now, and then as we progress, we believe that other people will join in the class. Yes, I'm sure of that. I am sure of that. So while I spoke earlier on, I passed greetings to everyone. So for some persons that are just joining now, I say good morning to us once again from every part of the country that we are joining in the class from. Good morning to us. Good morning. Good morning. If you are here in class, can I hear your good morning in the chat room? Can I see your good morning in the chat room? Trust we are all doing good this morning. It's yet another CompTIA Tech Plus class. Another Saturday to learn powerfully. Oh, good morning, Indimi iPhone. Sorry, I may not pronounce that well, but good morning, Philippe Bonye. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Other people, other people. Yeah, Adekunle, good morning. Bade, good morning. Aiko Isaac, good morning. Good morning. So I believe we can all hear me loud and clear. You can all hear me loud and clear. Awesome. So good morning to every one of us. Yes, thank you, Adekunle. Good morning, Abiodun Areo. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I believe other people are joining in already. A good morning to every one of us. Right. So as we are joining the class, I just want to bring to our notice a brief announcement. A brief announcement. So kindly always look into the chat box from time to time so that we can fill in the attendance form. Very, very important. Very, very important. As we started the class, the attendance form has been posted there in the chat box already. But for as many that's just joining in the course of the class, we'll also be doing that consistently so that we all fill the attendance form. Very, very important and imperative, right? And then most importantly, for as many of us that are yet to pay our registration fee, please, I would employ that we all pay up. Last week we made mention of this, and then we said this week we would eventually not permit people in class that have not paid. However, many of us are responding already, but then a good number of us are yet to respond. So please let us all respond to that. The account details to pay into and all of the necessary informations will be passed across to us. Yes, so without wasting much of our time, let me just introduce the trainer for today. We have in class today a very seasoned trainer that has been prepared to take us to another dimension in CompTIA TechPlus. Today's class is a very unique one. Very, very unique one. Introduction to AI. I believe many of us would want to learn about AI. Many of us would not want to miss out of what it is to learn out of the introduction to AI. So it's a whole lot to learn in class today. Even I myself, I want to believe that I don't want to miss out of any bit of the details that will be passed across in class today. So, introduction to AI, and to take us in that or onto that dimension is none other person than Chinedu Okoro. So it's going to be our lecturer, our trainer for today in the chat room. Can I see us welcome Chinedu Okoro, our lecturer for the day? Come on, can we jam our hands together for our lecturer for the day, Chinedu Okoro? Yes, yes, I can see our reactions already. Temi, thank you for welcoming the lecturer for today. Other people, can we welcome the lecturer for today? Right, Indimi, thank you. Thank you for welcoming the lecturer for today. Chinedu, over to you.
All right. All right. Thank you, James. Thank you so much. I believe everybody can hear me loud and clear. Thank you, Temi. Thank you, Opeyemi, for the welcome. And thank you, James, again, once more for for a great introduction. This class, I promise, would be interactive as much as possible, even though it is technical. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Rome. Yeah, I hope I didn't pronounce that name wrongly. But anyways, thank you once again for welcoming me. As I said earlier on, the class will be interactive because we have interesting topics to discuss and to learn about today, right? And just as James has said, we are going to be looking at AI, definitely, and we'll be looking at threats, cybersecurity threats. And before we look at those, interesting topics, the AI and the cybersecurity threats, we would look at the foundation of foundation of computing, look at computing, virtualization, core technology, what makes AI exist, the platforms that, makes AI exist, right? We're in a global environment, everything is centralized, our phones, our mobiles, everything is connected to our computer, to one thing or the other, even to our homes, smart homes. So, we'll be learning really, really interesting topics today. All right, so quickly I would share my screen, and as I promised, this would be a very interactive session. I also put up a file or a link for us to download um, some resource materials that I need us to work with today, right? So you can take your time, download it, and we would have a mini lab because we don't have so much time to do really so much on the labs. Okay, yeah, first of all, you fill our class attendance. First things first, fill the class attendance. Then I drop the link once more again for the resource material. Please download or please fill the class attendance, then you download the materials for the labs. Great. So quickly, I'll share my screen. I hope and I believe everybody can hear me loud and clear. Please, if you can hear me loud and clear, just signify, right? Signify that you can hear me loud and clear. If you want me to, shout, I will shout. Anything you want me to do, I will do. But please help me signify. Great, 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 great. Thank you, brother. Hold on, let me share. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on quickly while I share my screen. All right. Also help me signify you can see my screen because I know network in Nigeria is not something uh we are happy about, but we would manage it as much as possible. All right. Good morning once again, everybody. Hope we had a great night rest. And as I said earlier on, we're going to discuss a very interesting topic. And, starting with the first foundation of things, we're going to be discussing understanding virtualization and computing, right? It sounds very technical, but I trust me, it's something that every one of us can do individually. It's things that we have done once upon a time, these things that we can actually do randomly. Right. And the term virtualization, it's quite simple. You know, you have a physical computer across, you have a physical computer, you have a physical hardware, you have a physical server. Everybody knows what a server is, right? You hear a lot of time, the server is down, there's a physical side of it and there's a virtual side of it too, right? Uh, for virtualization saves most organizations, most countries, and now the world entirely from having so much physical computers, physical servers. And that's what makes it much interesting. Without this virtualization as a technology, AI won't pretty much exist as a platform. But this is the foundation of things. This has made AI. I'm connecting these two dots together because one has to, come up before the other. Without virtualization, you would not have access to AI the way we have access to it now. So very interesting, right? I would like to define, virtualization in a very simple context. And it's an example. It's not just an example, it's a definition that we should all understand as technocrats. We have to understand that, for the foundation of things computer-wise, there is the hardware, software, network, data storage and management, and security. Those five components are what makes up today's technology. Okay, so quickly, I want to do some mind quiz, right? We will not take so much time, but quickly in the chat box, can anybody name me an example of hardware, even though I mentioned one? Name me examples. Can I get examples of hardware? Let me see how informed we are. And just don't give me, give me proper examples of hardware. Then software, then of course network. Randomly give me examples of hardware. Anybody can drop it in the chat room. Share with me hardware. Yeah. Oh, switch, yeah. Yeah, mouse, but a processor. Okay, well, yeah. Well, yeah, yeah. Yeah, monitors. Yeah, good, 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 great, 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 great. What about software? Yeah, 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 yeah. Scanning. Oh, great, 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 great. So what about software? What about software? I'll give you a tip. Software is what makes your computer work. Yeah, yeah, great, great, Philip. OS, right on the head. Yeah, yeah. So there are other kinds of software. iOS, iOS, that's an Apple software. Great, Will. So give me more, give me more, give me more. I want to hear more software because softwares are not just limited. Oh, yeah, okay, graphic software, but it did not say the exact type of graphic software. All right, it's all the same. All right, so network. Who knows network here? Oh, Microsoft application. Yeah, Microsoft software. Great, great, great. I like these responses. What about network? Let's go deep into the technical. Who give me an example of network? Let me see some example of network. All right, no, great. You guys are good with hardware and software. What about network? Okay, yeah, wireless LAN. Okay, good, 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 good. Yeah. So what about the other one? The other types of okay, somebody sharing something, Wi-Fi. Okay. All right, all right. Somebody just used ChatGPT and generated an image. Biodu. Man, Bluetooth, great, great, great. I love these responses. You can see that we're really technical now. We're getting into the hook of things, right? And now we're looking at data storage. Yeah. So give me examples of data storage. Good. You guys, no. You guys are good with that. So give me example of data storage. Let me see how good we are on this one. Data storage. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, now. All right. That digs cloud. Okay. 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 Great. Great. And security. Let me see. RAM. Oh, okay. Also, yeah, random access memory. Good. Yeah. Flash drive. Good. 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 But there's something that somebody is not calling here, which everybody calls randomly. It starts with a base. It starts with a base. But nobody has mentioned that. It's quite interesting. Oh, Google Drive, very good, very good. That's a cloud storage. Uh, there's a particular one I have not heard. ROM too, very interesting. ROM. Oh, TCP is actually it's a transmission language. It's a networking language that is, oh, SSD. Yeah, SSD. Yeah, that's a physical storage, semiconductor, right? Yeah, but there's a particular one that nobody has mentioned, and it is it is what we use a lot of the time. The terminology we use a lot of the time. Memory. All right, let me just give it to you guys, right? You guys did very well. But there's this particular one that it's very important to the applications we use. Most applications we use depend on it a lot. Yeah, USB. Oh, okay. So USB, it can be defined in two ways. It's either a port or it's a USB storage device. So if you say USB, it can be the port that you plug it in, or it could be the storage devices. So you have to be very specific when you say USB. All right, so somebody says this. So anyways, as I was saying, um, this technology is very important and it's called database. I'm surprised that we don't know database, or or we forgot to mention database, right? Database is what makes a lot of your application functional. Your banking app, your whether it's an OPay, whether it's a GT banking app, whether it's even your AI depends on the database, right? The database is where most informations are stored, right? Database, yes. Well, I should know that it starts with the database, but I wanted to give you a tip, right? That it okay, so it ends with a base. Yeah, Will, you wanted to expo. Hey, you would have put the clue together now. I didn't want to give you a direct answer then. All right, so but anyways, database. Somebody's asking, how can I know my student ID? Okay, maybe we can talk about that later on. Or maybe you can direct it to James after the class. All right. Anyway, so database, as I said, is where a lot of information is stored for applications, right? A lot of information is stored Okay, it's related to. Oh, okay. So you can. I don't know, James. Please, they are trying to. I think there's is giving them errors. Is
Yeah, I will attend to that. Thank you.
Okay. All
Thank you
right.
that.
Okay. Okay. Great. Great. So, all right. So come back. Let's all come back. While you do that, right? Uh, while we. Okay. One house. One house. All right. So database, as I said, but security. Nobody. Let's look at security. Quickly, guys, give me examples of security um, uh, components that we're familiar with. Quickly, drop a comment. Give me an example of security components. This is a combination class. So I will touch on a lot of things, a lot of terminologies. So please follow me. Please follow me as much as possible. We need to understand these terminologies because that is what will make us, be familiar with the term AI, virtualization. Examples of security components. Yeah, drop a comment. Okay, Windows Defender. Okay, that's a firewall. Okay. All right. So what other type again do we have? Firewall is a great example. Windows Defender is under the firewall example. What else again? Quickly. There are a lot of security components. There are a lot of security, and there's a particular one we always make mention of. Anytime that there's a virus, you say, "Well, do you have like internet security?" Internet security is a subset of that one, right? Right. Antivirus, Abiodun does hit the nail on the head. Right. That's it. Antivirus. All right. Antivirus. And there is also something they call IDS. There's IDS, there's IPS, there's intrusion detection softwares, and there's the intrusion protection software, right? As the case may be. And a whole lot of it. These are very wonderful examples that you guys have given so far, right? So, as I mentioned earlier, secure shell. Secure shell is SSH, is how you log into a platform. It's actually security too, technically, right? Alarm systems, right. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, guys. All right, so quickly, right? The term virtualization, as I said, is having the not is having the virtual, when you say virtual, it means that the thing is not presently with you or is not physically held, right? You can't touch it, you can't feel it, but it is there. It exists as a virtual environment. So the term virtualization, it means creating something that you can't actually feel, unlike your physical computers and your devices. You can't feel it, but you have a platform to manage it, right? And that's where virtualization comes in. There's also something they call virtual reality, where the reality is not real, but it plays with your intelligence, it plays with your concept of reality, right? You think that it is real, and virtual reality, I don't know whether some of us have played with it at some point, the ones that you see that they wear that big headset that looks like a camera, like I wear that eyeglass, and and they play videos that look very realistic. But the idea there is that there is a machine or there is a device that is enabling that. That's the whole concept of virtualization, right? It is not physical, but it gives you the sense that this thing is actually physical, but it is not physical. The same thing with virtualization. They are not hardwares. You can't see the physical hardwares of the server. You can't see the physical hardware of the laptop or the operating system of the OS, but you know that, but you can see it working on another operating system, and I can put it that way too. So of course, we would explore all of that areas, the area of virtualization. I would show us how to, install and how to install multiple operating systems on one system, and give it a hard drive, give it a RAM, give it a CPU. So it's basically like you have a computer inside your physical computer. That's the whole concept anyway. Right. So the term virtualization is actually creating an environment that is not physical to the feeling, but of course you can see it on another platform. That is the term virtualization. That's where most things are going through now. There's a virtual real estate where you can explore real estate. There are lots of things that you can use to describe that. And the term virtual machine, as I said earlier on, is hosting another computer on your system. I also like to give this example too. Unfortunately, we can't use this as a lab because it's it's very complicated. Most people can have Windows 11, that's Microsoft Windows 11, and they can still have a Mac OS. That is a MacBook. You know, in the Apple MacBook, you know, there are two different machines, but because of the term virtualization, because of the technology, this virtualization, but a virtual machine can enable you have both Windows, both machines. It is impossible to install a, should I say, a Mac OS, that's a Apple OS on a Windows, because it depends on the hardware. But now, because of virtualization, you can actually have both OS on your system. And that's thanks to that technology, the virtual machine. And if you look at the link I shared, the installable resources that I shared, you will notice that there is a device, there is a software called Virtual Machine 17, right? That is what we're going to use for this illustration. We'll use that as an illustration as much as possible. Please download. Also try to okay, so I'll give directions on what we need to do to activate it. If you can activate it, why not? Please go ahead. Oh, okay, yeah, I will share the link. Let me do that, please, so that we can download it. It's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. Oh, Martins, welcome. Good morning. Please hold on. Let me just reshare the link. Please download as fast as possible so that we can have that as a lab. Right. So the term virtualization, as I said, also applies to cloud. A lot of the cloud environments or a lot of the things that we do on the cloud is thanks to virtualization. Somebody mentioned, or most of us mentioned OneDrive. Most of us mentioned Google Drive. Some of us mentioned cloud storage. All of those things are thanks to virtualization, you know. You can't see any of those technologies. You can't see your Google Drive. I mean, not that you can't see, you can't feel it. You can't say this is my Google Drive. It's a hardware. It's, you know, but because of virtualization or a virtual machine, you're able to access your OneDrive, your Google Drive from any part of the world, right? That's what makes it really powerful as a technology. Right. So VMs make technology like the cloud possible, right? That's another thing that we should take note of. VMs also make technologies like AI possible, also makes operating system as a virtual environment possible. Operating system. So those are the two things that we would look at while we go on in the class, right? Those things are what are this hypervisor and the guest operating system are the focus areas for our lab, right? We would install, we would manipulate it a little bit to play around it and see how virtualization works. You can try to install macOS, right? Nothing happens. I mean, you're safe. It doesn't mess your computer up as long as you know what you're doing, right? So we will look at that, try to install Windows XP and previous versions of the Windows. All right, so quickly, as I said earlier on, virtualization is not a physical machine, but it allows you to do things that a physical machine would do. That is the most simplest breakdown of terminologies, right? It is a software that allows you to do what a physical computer, server, whatever hardware it is, maybe not printer, but things that can be manipulated, like the operating system, your storage, your CPU, all of those things can be housed on a virtual machine. A virtual machine can allocate that as resources to a operating system that makes it feel like a computer, a physical computer that you can touch. But the good thing about it is that it helps you save space, as I like to put it that way too, right? So this is a typical example of, hope my screen is visible. Seeing something here that's trying to,
Yes, it's visible, but something is actually blocking.
yeah, yes, sorry about that. If you're getting that, I'm also trying to remove a lot of the blockades. But I think it's good, right? I think we can see it, right?
But
Yeah.
the heading as well. Is there a
Oh, the
way you
heading.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
all right.
Yeah. All right, great. Sorry about that again once more. So, as I said earlier on, hypervisor and the guest operating system, those are our two focal area. And this is a typical example of how, or should I say an architectural representation or a diagram representation of how hypervisor, which is also a virtual machine, looks like. And, you know, in the concept of architecture, you know, how architects model houses, they model various parts of the houses. That's same thing with technology, right? Pretty much the same thing with technology. And there are two variations of hypervisor. There's the type 1 and there's the type 2. From what we have discussed so far, you can see that the hardware, which is what we emulate or we're trying to emulate, and there comes the hypervisor. So it sits between the hypervisor is actually hosted on your physical machine or any kind of machine that is any kind of computer or a server. It can be housed on any kind of computer or a server generally. All right, as long as it is on a hardware. And then you have your guest OS and your guest OS 1 and guest OS 2, right? Remember that from the previous slide, you can see those are our two focus area. Those two components are what forms your virtual machine, right? The hypervisor and the guest OS. The guest OS can be any kind of operating system. It could be even your mobile device operating systems, your Android, your iOS, as for Apple users, your Windows, right? Your Mac OS, that's for MacBooks and Co. Your Linux, I wouldn't have, I would have been surprised if I didn't mention Linux for my, so Linux and a whole bunch of it. And also we did not mention Linux. So we also should take note of or be familiar with these types of operating systems. There are a lot of operating systems, but the most common ones are the ones I mentioned: the iOS, the Android, the Windows, that's Windows 11, Linux, right? Those are the topmost operating systems. And we also have other ones anyways. But, I just have in mind that those are the kinds of guest OS that can be mounted on a virtual machine, which is also a hypervisor. The hypervisor is the platform that enables any computer to host as a virtual machine. So then you also have the applications, just the way you can install applications. You can install Microsoft Word on Windows 11. You can install Microsoft Word on Mac OS. It's the same thing too, right? The app 1, 2, 3 is the same thing. So it's just an architectural representation, right? This is, for you to have a mental understanding of or mental visual representation of, excuse me, visual representation of how the hypervisor looks like, right? In the concept, this is how it looks like, your app and all that. It's pretty much straightforward. And you also have the same thing here, right? I don't know, you can variate them. One is specific to the software. You can have the hypervisor as a software, as a standalone software. What I mean standalone software, I mean you don't need to have a Windows or a Mac to host it. You don't need to install it on any of those platforms, right? It just comes with the hardware. It comes with the laptop or desktop or a server. That is what the type 1 is. While type 2 is the one that comes with, any of the ones that can be installed on any of the Windows and Mac. And there are different types. There's the virtual box and there's the virtual machine. The virtual machine is the one, is the name of the software, rather, is what I shared with you. But there's also another type of software called virtual box. Virtual box is also similar to the Microsoft virtual machine. So one is, should I say, one is developed by Microsoft themselves, which is the virtual machine, one I shared with you. And the other one is an open source, which is VirtualBox. VirtualBox is an open source. I also, we should also explore that. I'll share a link. You can also download it at your spare time. They are also, they operate similarly, right? But, everybody has a preference. For better mass, for enterprise use, that's for organizational use. Yeah. Um, okay, so what are the advantages? Great, great, great. Let me ask this wonderful question. All right, so the advantages of having multiple OS on one device is, for a lot of us who do things like pen testing, that is for ethical hackers, not the bad hackers, the good hackers anyway. A lot of the times, you do not want to do it with another person's system. So a virtual machine, right, is also a lab. It's also like a mini lab. You can use that as a mini lab. You can use it for testing. You can use it for software testing. A lot of the times, that's what most technologists use. They use it for testing of their softwares to see how good it is. So, for example, now, if I want to ensure that something works properly on Windows, okay, if there is a Windows 12, for example, and I have a Windows 11. I don't need to uninstall my present Windows 11 because I want to test something on a Windows 12. So all I need to do, oh, something has covered. Oh, sorry. I was looking at my, all right. So all I need to do is to install a virtual machine and install the Windows 12 on that virtual machine and carry out my test. And of course, it will still give me the same results, right? Like with a physical bare metal would give me. So basically, that is that is an example of a that's a benefit, or that's an advantage of having multiple OSs, right? Sometimes, there are applications that might not work on Windows that might work on Mac OS, and you do not have the luxury of having a Mac OS, right? But you can as well have a Mac OS on your present Windows via a virtual machine or a virtual machine manager, right? So that's the whole idea, that's the whole advantage. That's the advantage of having a virtual machine on a single device. So you can run multiple OSs, run Linux, run Mac OS, run Windows on a virtual machine without, without needing to have a physical machine to do all of that. So it saves you some value for money. All right. All right. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, James is still sharing. Please fill the form as fast as possible. All right. So the guest operating system, as I mentioned earlier on, it could be Windows 11. It could be any kind of Windows. That is a guest operating system, right? But of course, it has its limitation. Everything would always have its disadvantage as life uh, concerns everyone, right? And that's how technology too is. A guest operating system runs on a virtual machine. Remember that I said a guest operating system could be a Mac OS, could be a Linux. Why is it a guest? Why is it a guest? You'll be wondering the name. Just as the name implies, it's straightforward. The operating system is a guest to your main operating system. That is just basically the concept there. The guest operating system is just somebody who is temporarily the um, on the hardware. It is not fully integrated into the hardware. But because of the virtual machine environment or the virtual machine manager, it is able to sit on the physical machine together with main operating system. That's basically the layman understanding or the layman breakdown of the guest operating system. Right. Remember, I mentioned VirtualBox. And I also mentioned the actual virtual machine, which is developed by Microsoft. So VirtualBox also is developed by Oracle, which is also an open source software for hosting other kinds of operating system, whether it's your Android, whether it's your iOS, whether it's your Windows. VirtualBox, Oracle VirtualBox will also do similar things that you want, as well as what the virtual machine of the Microsoft version would also do. So there are similar things that they do, right? So, but the thing is that the disadvantage of it would be if your main operating system crashes, obviously your virtual operating system too would crash. That's the disadvantage. So there's no way around that it would crash. Your virtual machine, or I mean, your virtual machine will crash once your physical machine has crashed. But once your first operating system, your main operating system has crashed, that's the advantage. I mean, that's the disadvantage of the virtual machine. Of course, you won't blame them for for that kind of. It has to, because it depends on something. It depends on the main technology. It depends on the main OS to run. That is why it would crash when there is a problem with the main operating system. Right. So this is a typical example. You can see this from this picture. You can see that this person is running a Windows 11 from the icon here. You can see my mouse. You can see from the icon here, he's running a Windows 11 while he's running a Ubuntu, which is also a Linux server. It's a Linux server that the person is running that has this small bird in the middle. This is an operating system that is separate from um, the Windows environment. This is an operating system on its own, while we also have a Windows 11 as the main operating system, while this is the guest operating system. So this is a pictorial example of what we have been talking about. Excuse me. And of course, they use the Oracle VirtualBox. Personally, I would recommend the Microsoft Virtual Machine because it's more stable and has more features. And of course, I'm just giving you as a preference in case you want to play around with it. But of course, with with more features comes complexity. It's a little complex to compare to the VirtualBox, which is easy to install. You don't have any issues of licenses. So you can quickly download that if you want to, right? Quickly download that if you want to. It's free. You do not need any form of license or product key to do that. I can also share the link maybe after this session, right? So there comes the big gun here. We're talking about, we're done with virtualization. I believe everybody understands what virtualization. Please, if you do not understand, or if you still need more clarity on what virtualization is, please just drop a comment quickly and we'll quickly look at it. If you have any concerns, if you have any cloudy thoughts on it, please drop a comment in the comment section so that we can, discuss about it. Right. Okay. Okay. So what do you want me to explain on the virtualization, right? Oh, okay. Okay. So as I said earlier on, virtualization, as I said, is the concept of having a virtual environment or creating a virtual environment on a physical device. So, and I gave the example of a computer that you can have your HP, you can have your Lenovo, and what comes with your Lenovo is actually a Windows 11. Okay. Okay, hypervisor. Okay, great. All right, thank you so much. So let me start with Oni. As I was saying, you have your Lenovo, your HP, whatever device, whatever kind of of hardware you have, whether it's a server, whatever kinds of server or computing device you have, right? And you have a Windows 11 or 12 or 10 that comes with that device. But the problem there lies in that you need to do something on a Mac OS, that is a Apple OS, and you do not have the funds to get a Mac OS, or you do not want to go through the stress of, yeah, you do not want to go through, you don't want to go through the stress of borrowing somebody's Mac OS to do whatever you want to do with on a Mac OS. But the virtualization environment enables you, right, who has a Windows 11 running a HP on that is running on a HP device, or that is running on a Lenovo, to be able to install something like a Mac OS or Linux operating system, right? Those two operating systems can be installed on your main operating system, and that is possible because of your virtual environment, your virtual machine, which is also a hypervisor, right? So from the illustration I gave, okay, so let me also use this opportunity to respond to Chayomi Ose. Okay, does it mean that Android version for phone is hypervisor for mobile? No, 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 no. So Android is an operating system, that is clear. But what I'm saying is that with the help of the hypervisor, which is a virtual machine manager, right? The hypervisor is a virtual machine manager, right? It is what enables any other kind of machine to host another operating system, right? That is what the hypervisor does. The hypervisor is like a manager that says, okay, I'm employing you as a guest OS to do this. However, there's a main operating system, which could be any other kind of operating system. So I can actually have a Windows 11 on my computer and say, okay, I want to do some kind of test on Android, and I don't have an Android phone. But the hypervisor now comes and says, okay, I can host this Android operating system for you, while you don't need to buy a physical Android device, but I can host it on the Windows 11 just for you to do your test, for you to do any other kind of test that you want to do on your Windows 11. So I don't need a physical Android device to do that, right? But an Android OS is a operating system. It's a different operating system from Windows 11, right? But what I'm just trying to say is that the hypervisor is the one that sits between the operating system and the hardware. That's the guest operating system and the hardware. This is the hypervisor that is the virtual machine manager. Let me put that in context too, right? I hope, Uni, I'm able to respond to your question. Okay, yeah, you said thank you. All right, so I was trying to also respond to, okay, so the hypervisor, as I said, Chayomi, is that it is a virtual manager. It is just like the picture, just like the visual representation here is speaking to us, right? We can see the hardware, which is, it could be a HP, it could be your Lenovo, it could be any kind of laptop that you have or desktop that you have. What the hypervisor does is that it helps you to install multiple operating systems, right? The hypervisor is the one that enables you to say, okay, you can have Windows, but you can also have Mac OS. You can have as much as 4 OS, different kinds of 4 different OSs on your physical machine. But typically, you can't do that with your machine. You're only allowed to install one OS per hardware, or one OS per hard drive. But there's also a workaround around that too. But that's that's for another discussion. But what I'm saying here is that you can use these guest operating systems at the same time. If you have a very powerful machine, I can have a Mac OS and I can have a Windows at the same time. I can use both of them at the same time, right? I can see both of them on the same screen, on the same hardware. So that's the basics. That's what the hypervisor does as a virtual machine manager. So you just typically think about the hypervisor as a virtual machine manager, right? It is what helps the hardware to to manage multiple operating systems at the same time. All right. All right. You're welcome. All right. So quickly, we're going on to cloud computing. Cloud computing, as the name implies, it is not in the cloud. You know, a lot of the times you have to beg and we have to we have to tell people this thing. Nothing is on the cloud. Like it is not on the physical cloud with sky, with the blue sky. It is not on the cloud, as the case may be. The whole concept of the cloud is having a remote device accessible. Okay, so I want to give me some examples, please, guys, on the chat. Give me some examples that you know. Let me skip this class. Let me skip this. Give me some examples of a cloud computing platform. Quickly. Do not use ChatGPT because I know a lot of us now make use of that a lot too. Give me examples of cloud computing platforms. There are a lot of them. There are a lot of them. There are a lot of them. All right, good. I can see some. All right. I sure Google Drive. Yeah, Google Drive is a cloud. Yeah, definitely. Yes. Google Drive is a cloud storage. Good. Yeah. More. There's people keep missing this particular one. There are a lot of them. Oh, it's not just Google, like Alibaba Cloud. Yeah. Yeah, Biodu, well done. There's one that starts with OneDrive. Yes, wonderful. There's one that starts with A. OneDrive. Okay, Martin's got that before you. Oracle, and that is what I'm going to also show us in a bit. Oracle is also a great cloud platform, just the way we have Azure and the rest. Got backup, yeah, shared drive, yeah. It's not shared drive, the shared drive. Maybe now on the lighter note. All right, shared drive. Okay, good. We also have something too. We also have AWS. I'm surprised nobody mentioned AWS. Don't we know AWS? AWS is similar to Google Drive, right? There are a whole lot of them, as the case may be. Thank you so much, guys, for these examples. You guys are all correct, right? And you know, as I said earlier on, cloud is not somewhere in the sky. It is just in another location. It could be in a region that is not within our region. It could be a country that is not close to us. It could be a country that is close to us. It could be in the Europe. It could be in South Africa. It can be anywhere for shared drive. Yeah. Okay, I get the point, guys. You guys did well. Thank you so much. All right, so that's basically what the cloud is. It's just having to be able to access your storage, your infrastructure. Remember, I said infrastructure has 5 components. Infrastructure has 5 components. And I'll mention these 5 components again, and I'll try to connect them to what the cloud is. The 5 components are the hardware, the software, the network, the storage, and the security. That is what makes up an infrastructure, an IT infrastructure, information technology infrastructure. Please take note. I will say it again. There are 5 components that make up an information technology infrastructure, right? Very critical. Those 5 components are what connects you to any cloud. It's what makes up any cloud, whether it's a different country, whether it's a different region. And I'll mention it again: hardware, software, network, data storage, and security. 5 of these are what makes up the key components of cloud computing, right? So if you have all that 5 components seated in, for example, seated in South Africa or seated in the UK, right? Okay, yeah, they will share that. Okay, so if you have all of that seated in the UK or in the US, right, and you're not physically in any of those countries, that is where the cloud computing comes in. Most of the cloud computing or cloud platforms that we mentioned, most of us mentioned here, right, on the chat, whether it's the Google Drive, whether it's the OneDrive, whether it's the AWS, all of this you can see on my screen, the big companies here, Amazon, Apple, all of them are all located in a country that is not even close to us. All of them. I mean, all of them, right? All of them are all in different parts of the world. And what makes them accessible, or what the concept is that makes them accessible, is the whole idea of cloud computing, which makes it look as if they're in the cloud. But the idea is anything that is remote that I can access to is a cloud, right? If I can access my hard drive remotely, it's a cloud. Even if I am not, even if I'm in Abuja and I have a data center in Lagos, if I have a data center, if I have a, sorry, if I have, let me not use data center, sorry. If I have a storage, for example, if I have a storage that is connected to the internet, and that physically, that storage is in Lagos, and I'm in Abuja, but that storage is connected physically and logically to the internet with an IP address, and I'm in Abuja, and I can, I can just remotely access it. It's a cloud, right? That's the concept of cloud. It's not the sky. It is just a device, or it's just those 5 components I mentioned that are housed somewhere in the part of the world that nobody knows. Most of those parts are even remote that, me and you have never been to. We don't even know where they are, but we can access them remotely. So that's how all these companies basically work. Your files, everything pretty much that we've mentioned. And it's great that we know that most of the things that we use, whether it's a Google Drive, whether it's a OneDrive, all of it are not even housed in our country. They are in some part of the world. That's basically what the cloud computing is all about. And of course, with most of these technologies, the disadvantage, I mean, there's the advantage and there's the disadvantage. Obviously, the advantage, of course, is the cost of you having most of these things. For example, now the cost of you having the actual Google Drive, that you can access any part in any part of the world. If it was your own, like if it was you who had that, would be pretty much expensive. But because it's a, how will I put it? It's a shared resources. It's something that is already handled by most big organizations. It's, the cost of having all of these things are a little moderate. I won't say they are cheap. They are not cheap, but it's a little moderate. So oftentimes they are cheap, right? But they're not as cheap as some other people might be able to afford them. And of course, there are other advantages. So, for example, now I'll take this example, and then we will move on. There's the example of this advantage of, for example, having a lot of storage or having a lot of CPU. So for most people, I can't, okay, so I can't afford to have a 4 terabytes, right? Line, maybe I can, but like I can't afford to keep it without maybe damaging it, or inflicting some kind of crash to it. But with the help of Google, with the help of Microsoft, scalability, I can decide to say, okay, I can decide to have any of those things on those big companies. I can also say, okay, for example, now I have 500 gig and I want to scale up to 1 terabyte, right? I don't need to buy a physical hard drive. I don't need to buy a physical hard drive from the one I have already. So I'm just giving that as an example for us to understand that you can easily scale from 500 gig to 1 terabyte without buying a hard drive. Unlike when I have, if I should have any of those things physically, that if I want to upscale to 4 terabytes from 500 gig, I have to buy another hard drive, which is not cost effective, right? Which is not cost effective. But with the help of cloud computing, I have something on Google Drive I have a storage of 500 gig by default on my Google Drive. And I want to say, I don't have enough space and I want, I need more space. I want to upscale to 4 terabytes easily. I can just with a click of a button, and of course, maybe an extra payment, that will make it more expensive, a little expensive anyway, but not so much as expensive as I would have to do with a physical device, I can easily upscale from a 500 gig to 400 and nothing will be lost. I won't lose any data. I won't have to say, okay, let me transfer this to this place. I have to transfer my files from 500 gig to the 4 terabyte. So that's all. That's one key advantage of the cloud computing when you're talking about storage. There are other kinds of examples: CPU, the RAM, the type of operating system. All of those things can be easily upscaled, or fast scalability, as they put it here. Fast scalability. You don't need to buy any of those things. Okay, something like upgrading. Yes, yes, exactly. So upgrading, yeah, upgrading also, if you want to upgrade, you want to upgrade any of your platforms easily, it is done faster on a cloud environment. Most organizations, in fact, do not have a physical machine. Most of the ones I know, even in Nigeria, they did not have a physical machine in their premises, right? They outsource it to another organization within the country that manages these hardwares and softwares, right? All they just need to do is to remotely access that organization that is helping them manage it. That is basically what they need to do. And if they, for example, now if they want to upscale to a larger storage, to a higher CPU, all they need to do is send a notification to that organization managing it and say, we want to upgrade, please upgrade us to another plan. And that is done instantly without, without any change of device, right? So that's the advantage of the cloud. And of course, as there will be an advantage, there's also a disadvantage of things. The downside of cloud, as we all know, is security. Security for years has always been, even on the physical environment, the physical environment has also been hit by the by security, by threat actors, right? So the same thing with the cloud environment. In fact, what makes it worse is that you do not have control of the cloud environment. So, for example, you have a hard drive, or you have a computer somewhere in a cloud computing space somewhere in the UK. You do not know what that environment in the UK looks like. You do not know where it is staying, right? So anything happens, right? It can be stolen physically. It's not, as I said earlier, the cloud computing is not that the hardwares are in the cloud. They're just in another location. So the security there is, if anything happens to it, you do not know what happened. You can't hold any, how would I be? You can't secure it by yourself. You can't ensure that it is secured by yourself. You have to rely on the security of those other people, right? There are other kinds of security threats. There are also security threats that can happen physically to the machine, disaster threats. There are also thefts. There's also, a lot of other kinds of threats, security threats that can happen to your cloud. Funny enough, some people do not know that your data on your cloud can be stolen, but it can, especially if you do not put the right security measures. Okay, okay. Uh, okay. Okay, okay. So you mean okay. Okay, so okay, so Idemi, we were saying, I mean, without buying physical device, but you can upscale your previous. Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, yes, you can upscale your physical device. Not you don't need to buy. If you're hosting with any of the big companies, you do not need to buy a physical device. Or what you're doing is actually buying a space with them, but you're not the one handling on any of that. So they're the ones that will handle it. However they handle it, well, we do not know whether they are buying actual physical devices to put there, or sometimes they are also using the virtual capability of a machine, right? So of course you can upscale without buying a physical machine with them, but of course, however they do it is their own it's their own SLA, right? Right. So once you're using a cloud, you pretty much do not bother about if it's a physical device or not, if it's not. It could just be one single computer with a whole lot of operating systems, with a whole lot of CPU and storage that is, dishing out. That's proportion that's giving out sharing resources to different users. Okay, so one of your best, yeah. It depends, it depends. Oh, sometimes it depends. Yeah. Um, true. OneDrive actually also has a secure platform for files, right? In fact, there is a control on OneDrive that enables files to be stored on them that ransomware cannot have access to. In fact, that is the best control for ransomware. If you do not want your files to be arrested, yeah, by ransomware, you should have it on OneDrive or should have it on Google Drive. They already have an onboarded encryption capability, and it's not physically on your on your device. So that's a good advantage actually. Yeah, it's not possible. It's not with most of these big organizations, Google, Microsoft, they have an SLA that they need to maintain. They take customer service very seriously. I'm saying it again, they take customer service very seriously to the point that for your cloud storage to crash, it is almost close to impossible because they have something around high availability. So even if you might think your files, your cloud storage is, or be anything that you hosted on the cloud is in one place. It's not though. It's in multiple locations. Yeah. It can't crash. It can be hacked. Yeah, it can be hacked. It can be hacked, obviously. But crashing, what she means by crashing is the physical device itself getting spoiled. Or just the way you have your hard drive and your hard drive falls on the ground before you know it is that click, just know that hard drive has spoiled. So, but it can happen with the cloud side of things, right? So, but of course it can be hacked, which I will mention security wise, it can be hacked, but there are measures that you need to put in place to ensure that it is not. So that's the downside of the cloud security. It has, of course, you have the disadvantage of security. So most times it's advisable, right, not to put very personal identifiable information. So who can please in the chat box give me examples of personally identifiable information? Let me see if you're also security conscious or examples of personally identifiable information. Do not use chat GPT. Oh, okay. I think really very, very smart question. So the prayer is that okay, date of birth. The prayer is that they do not. The prayer is that they do not, but yeah, BVN, absolutely. So for them to have access to your drive, I would like to see it's a very dicey situation, right? Right. It's a dicey situation, meaning that they can and they cannot, right? They can and they cannot. Account number, yes, absolutely. Social security number, but that's not in Nigeria. I want us to give me the ones that are specific to Nigeria. NIN, BVN, account number. Account number, that is, I mean, if I share account number on this platform, it's no more, it's no more ID number, yeah. Password, yes. What you have, password. There's something that we normally use to do transaction the most. You guys are not, if I'm missing that one now, that's critical. OTP, no, not the, yeah, password OTP is good. But there's a physical one that we use to do transaction the most. The one, okay, PIN, yes, PIN also could be password. Yes, card PIN. Okay, you left card PIN. The card. So there are some numbers ATM, brilliant. The numbers in front of your ATM it's called PAN. PAN. right? That long number on your ATM card is called PAN. Then the very important one at the back is called CCV, yeah, CCV, yeah, exactly. CCV, yes, Abiodun, exactly. Those are very, very critical informations, personally identifiable informations that can be used. And all of this information, as we mentioned, as you guys have rightly mentioned, should not be on your cloud storage. Should not be, and I repeat again, should not be on your cloud storage because anything can happen. Anything can happen. It doesn't stop hackers from hacking your hard drive. Several times I've tried to hack my hard drive, my OneDrive. Several times I've tried to hack my OneDrive. Several times I've tried to hack my. So you mean, when they hack your OneDrive or your Microsoft account, technically they can hack your OneDrive and so on and so forth. All right, so that's basically the disadvantage. All right, we'll quickly look at the table. We'll look at the table of the pros and cons, right? Of course, the pros, lower cost, easily scalable. We kept mentioning that. The lower cost part is arguable, right? Cloud is expensive to some extent. It's expensive for even for most organizations. Maybe it's because of the exchange rates, right? Maybe it's because of the exchange rate, but sometimes I beg to differ that cloud is lower in terms of cost. But when we look at the costing, right? The costing depends on the use of electricity bill, the use of space, security, upgrading. That is where the cost comes in. So in terms of maintenance and all of those things, I do not have to do that if I have a cloud computing platform. If I subscribe to a cloud computing platform, I do not have to do any of the maintenance of the hardware. I do not have to do upscaling by myself. I do not have to secure it physically, right? But I can secure it logically, right? So that's where the cost comes in. But it is not so low in terms of subscription, right? Subscription is expensive, but when it comes to management, of a physical hard server, management of a physical device, it is cost effective, easily scalable. We talked about that. They can easily upgrade from one hard drive to the other, one CPU to the other, one operating system to the other. Can access data from anywhere, requires internet. You can access data from anywhere, yeah. But of course, the con side of that requires the internet. It's scalable, hard to move from one provider to the other. So, for example, what that one means, the con for the easy scalable, the con of it, the disadvantage of that is that I cannot easily move from Google Drive to okay, examples. Okay. So as I was saying, I mentioned the cost now. For lower cost, and what I mean is that um, as I said earlier on, the cost of maintaining the hardware is factored. The cost of the space. So if you're looking at a very large server farm, a large server farm can practically take up a full room, right? With cloud computing, you don't need to bother about that. So imagine dedicating a full room to just a server farm, right? That would have incurred a lot of cost for you. Maintaining a server is a whole lot of cost. Light bill. This one that everybody complain about band A, band. If you have servers on band A, you will be buying light per day. That's how much they consume power, right? So the pro there of lower cost means that you don't need to bother about that on the cloud side of it, right? Because all of those things are taken care of and they are somehow shared. Yeah. So Is it scalable? As I said, you wondering about how do I scale my CPU to so CPU? How do I scale my hard drive to so size from 500 to 1 TB? You can easily do that without any form of stress, right? The same thing with accessing data from anywhere. That is what makes it very, very convenient. You can access your data from any part of the world as long as you have internet. Data protected from on-site disaster. So that on-site disaster means that if there's flood in Kano now, it will not affect me or my business because for example, maybe I stay in Kano and my business is in Kano, and and I have a cloud computing platform somewhere in the UK. Anything that happens in Kano doesn't affect my business or my cloud computing platform because it is away from the disaster-prone areas. So imagine if I actually had a physical device in Kano and anything happens, have lost it. But because of the cloud computing, theory, you can have it in any part of the world. Security and privacy, to some extent, yes. Security and privacy, yes. It's still arguable because your cloud platforms can still be hacked. Yeah, your cloud platforms can still be hacked. So that's all for the pros, right? That's the advantages, right? For the cloud. You can also look at we can look at the disadvantage too. Long-term fixed contracts can end up costing more. Yeah. So you can, if you by the time you calculate a lot of the costing, you'd find out that you'll be spending more than expected, right? Usually, at the first instance, you will not notice it, but as time goes on, you will notice you're spending actually more than it is expected. And why is that? The moment you start upscaling or you start using more resources, for example, you say you want to easily upscale to 1 TB, you know that you have to pay more to upscale to 1 TB. And as the more you keep upgrading, the more you pay, basically. So the second one is how to move from one provider to the other, which is also a problem. I can't easily move from Google Drive to OneDrive because they are they are both from different providers. So that's usually a problem. Migration is a complex. It's not that it is not possible, but migration is complex. Migrating from Google to Microsoft is complex, and vice versa. Migrating to other kinds of platform is also it's all complex. So that's the disadvantage of that. You cannot easily migrate your files from OneDrive to Google Drive without downloading it, right? Or you can move your entire computing, both storage, both the CPU and the hard drive, to Google Drive from Microsoft, because they are different environments, different platforms. Requires internet. So without internet, most of these things can work. Without internet, most of these things cannot work, right? Lack of control. As I said earlier, there are locations that you do not know where these things are. You do not know where Google keeps its server, where your storage is, right? You do not have absolute control. In fact, you do not have control, or you do not have absolute control uh, of the physical space or the physical device. You can only have logical control, which is you can secure it with password, you can encrypt the data, you can do all of that without knowing the location. But you can't control the physical device itself, move it from one place to the other by yourself, because it's in one location that you do not know. Of course, security and privacy is still a concern. So security and privacy is an advantage, and is also a disadvantage to it. It can be hacked. It can be it can be hacked. They can hack your hard drive. They can exploit it. But at the same time, with proper security, mounted on your OneDrive or Google Drive, trust me, they won't be able to do any of those things easily. Right. Okay. So we'll just quickly run through these things. Even though we have talked about most of them already, but we'll just glance through them as the case may be. So we have cloud services. We have three categories of cloud services. We have three categories of cloud services. And remember, I said infrastructure. How many components did I say? How many component makes up an IT infrastructure? How many components make up? Help me list them too. Five. Great. Great. What are they? What are they? Tell me, people. My people are following bumper to bumper. I like this. Give me, yeah, yeah. Great, great, yeah, yeah. Keep it coming, people. Yes, yes. Okay. Oh, great, great, great. Wonderful. Great, great. I like that. Thank you so much for these responses. Right. We're all correct. Absolutely correct. So, as I said, as we all know, IT infrastructure is made up of five components. And thank God that we are familiar with those five components. Um, for these two, we also have, for cloud services, we also have five key components: infrastructure, software development tools, and application. So if you look at the infrastructure side of it, you'd see virtual hardware. You'd see virtual hardware, which is what we have been talking about when we talk about when we talked about virtualization, virtual hypervisor, and all of that. All of it is what forms our cloud services. Infrastructure as a service is, instead of having that five components, that five IT key components physically in your location. For example, in Lagos, you have all of that. You have your servers, you have your computers. Okay, well, maybe you have your servers, you have your storage, everything on your sites, in your office in Lagos. With infrastructure as a service, you don't need to have all of that, right? So you can choose to say, okay, I want to have all of those five components on the cloud, both the hardware, both the software, both the storage, everything would be on the cloud. That's where infrastructure as a service comes in. So anything that is service means that an organization for example, an organization like Google, Microsoft is offering, HP, Apple, Amazon is offering a service to your organization, offering a platform to your organization or to you personally, right? So that's why this infrastructure as a service is something that most big organizations do, or most big organizations use. It saves them cost of having the physical tools or the physical equipment in their location. And it also helps them upscale easily, saves them power, saves them security practices, right? So as we can see here, network capacity, all of those things, processing power, storage are easily taken care of if you're to subscribe to infrastructure as a service, right? That means everything is on the cloud, everything infrastructure. That five components, the five IT components are all on the cloud, not on your physical location. I'm not saying that they're on the physical cloud, but they are all in a managed location somewhere in the world, maybe in one part of the world, maybe in the UK or in the US. And since you're not managing it, it's a third party, it's an organization that is managing it. It saves you a lot of time and stress. That is why processing power, storage, lights, all of those things are considered when you want to subscribe to most of these things. As an organization, when you want to subscribe to most of these cloud platforms, all of those things are put into consideration. So especially security, right? So infrastructure as a service means that you do not have any of these five components situated in your present location. but they are in another region or location entirely different from where you have them. So of course you need a network management expert to handle all of these things, because you need to be able to communicate to all of those servers. You need to be able to communicate to those servers remotely without network interference. If you don't have good internet, if you do not have good network connectivity, you cannot um, you cannot access your infrastructure as a service platform properly. And we have platform as a service. Remember, infrastructure as a service is having the 5 IT components that I mentioned, infrastructure components as I mentioned earlier on, in a location, in another location different from your physical location, having it on the cloud. That is what infrastructure, having your 5 IT components on the cloud. You can have that 5 IT components on your physical location, security. You can have all of them on your physical location, and you can choose to have it on the cloud, everything on the cloud, your servers, your routers, your switches, even your even your desktops, your laptops can be on the cloud, as long as you can access them remotely. Right. Um, and also, to go deep into this, I also want to also talk about the types of IT infrastructure before we look at the cloud services. I want us to look at the cloud infrastructure, the IT infrastructure. And there are 5 of them. I mean, there are 3 of them, rather. Sorry, there are 3 of them: traditional infrastructure, cloud infrastructure, and hybrid. All of these are just, by the way, I just want us to have, a comprehensive idea of it. We will talk about them, but just have this at the back of our minds. The types of IT infrastructure. Remember the other one, the 5 I mentioned, is components. That is what makes an IT infrastructure. Then there's the type of IT infrastructure, which is the 3 I just mentioned: traditional infrastructure, cloud infrastructure, and hybrid infrastructure. As we go on, I will discuss more about it. I just felt that I should mention that as we go on. Right. So remember the cloud services, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, right? Infrastructure as a service, right? Remember I mentioned some big organizations that offer that. So I'll give us a typical example. AWS, Microsoft also offers that. Oracle also offers that. And a bunch of them offer. Alibaba Cloud also offers that to infrastructure as a service. And platform too as a service too, it's also a great technology. And these are the typical things that we can do on the platform as a service. You know that you can run most of these things: Amazon Web Services, Red Hat, Heroku, Microsoft Azure, right? Because why they're putting that as a service is that if you go on Microsoft Azure, you would see a lot of other applications that are hosted on Microsoft Azure, right? There are a lot of okay. Let me give simpler examples, because these ones might be a little hold on. Okay, I think I missed that. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So okay. So all right. As I was saying, platform as a service, right, is like having, for example, your IG, Instagram. Instagram is a platform as a service, right? Instagram is a platform or rather, sorry, it's a software as a service, right? I also want to mention WhatsApp. WhatsApp 2 also is a software as a service. Okay, let me also do. I'm just saying I'm looking for a very these other ones are a little Elastic Beanstalk. Okay, well, yes. Yes, Google App Engine, Microsoft Azure, Red Hat OpenShift. Anyways, all of these are typical examples of platform as a service, right? Your Microsoft Azure is a platform as a service. 365 is a platform as a service. Everybody, we all know 365. That's the Microsoft 365. Microsoft 365 is a platform as a service, and there are a whole bunch of them. The idea here is that there are already pre-built softwares on them. There are already pre-built software. So I can actually work on my files I can actually work on my Microsoft files on the cloud. I don't need to install Microsoft application on my system. I can work on Microsoft Word on the cloud. I can work on Microsoft Word on my web browser without having to install Microsoft Word application on my system, because it's a platform. It's already there for us to use. It's already dedicated as a service for you to use. The same thing with PowerPoint, the same thing with Google Files, Google Docs. Google Docs too is an example of a platform as a service, right? Google services generally, they're all platform, or let me say Google Docs generally is a platform as a service, because you already have Google PowerPoint, Google Word, Google spreadsheets. They're all platform as a service dedicated to you using specific tools that do things, right? Specific tools that do things. All right. So for us who are familiar with GitHub, application developers also use something called GitHub, GitLab. All of those things are platform as a service, because they can be used to develop applications. So as I said earlier, another example, in fact, these are the simplest examples. GitHub is one very key example as for a platform as a service, because that is what most application developers use GitHub without having to install it on their system. In fact, if you have a app developer friend, if you ask him about GitHub, he will tell you he doesn't have the physical software on the system. He does most of it on the cloud. And when he does it, it updates automatically, right? Those are the typical examples of platform as a service, where the developer doesn't need to develop an application, if an installable application for a computer or various kinds of computer. As long as I can access it on the cloud, I don't need a Mac OS, I don't need the Windows, I don't need to dedicate any of those kinds of, any device can access it on the cloud. So it is not application specific, but it helps, you can manage the kinds of, you can manage your application usage on a particular device. So software as a service also almost similar with platform as a service, right? The typical example of this kinds of this kind of technology is what we can see here, right? Is what we can see here. We can see applications like monitoring, collaboration, finance, the whole database, your 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 WhatsApp, as I said earlier, on software as software as a service. And there are a whole bunch of them, right, that we can mention, right? But typically, the advantage of this model, of course, is to cut cost of software ownership and management, right? All you just need to do is to subscribe, and course, you can renew as much as possible. Just typically what we have generally on the cloud computing side of things, right? So remember, we have IaaS, which is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, PaaS, and we have SaaS, which is software as a service, right? And these are the typical examples of software as a service. We have three categories of them: application, platform, and infrastructure, right? So under application, you can see the monitoring, content, collaboration, communication. And under platform, you can see object storage, identity, runtime, queue, database. And under infrastructure, as we also mentioned earlier, you can see compute, block storage, and the network, right? So everything here are managed in the cloud. You can see here that this the drawing almost seems like a cloud. Then you have your tablets, your devices. You can see your desktop servers, laptops, phones. Everything can connect to all of these platforms without having to physically have them on the devices. So I don't need to have a database on my desktop, on my tablet, on my phone installed. All I need to do is to just subscribe to a cloud computing platform that can give me access without even me having to install the application or to manage it on my physical device. So that's the concept. This on its own is what sorry, I'm trying to remove this. Okay, hide. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Aha. So this on its own is what makes up a cloud service and cloud computing. You can see the various services, the various platforms, right? The various platforms are the application platform, and infrastructure. While the services, you can see the services under each application, you can see them, platform, you can see them, and infrastructure, you can also see them. And all of it, right? All of these services are managed on the cloud without you having to install them or having to manage them physically. All right, so maybe we should try to do our our lab before we leave for break. Please, if you have downloaded the resource material, okay. Oh yeah, yes. Okay, somebody asked, is Telegram SaaS or PaaS? Right. The funny thing is that most of these platforms play dual role. Telegram can, you can chat, you can share videos, and also Telegram, you can also do some form of development, or more of like you can create mini AI bots on your Telegram, right? So I'd like to say Telegram is just a typical platform as a service, right? I mean, software as a service, because the main focus there is it does chatting and chatting, and of course file sharing, and and the likes. That is how I see. But sometimes I don't know, it kind of complicates matters by doing some other additional tasks. But I see it as a SaaS because it does two basic things. If you can chat, you can share files, you can share pictures, you can share things around that, as the case may be, right? Please help me confirm, has everybody downloaded the resource material? Has everybody downloaded the resource, or do I need to reshare it again, because it's been a long way down? And if you have issues downloading the material, please just let me know, right? Please just let me know. I'll be sharing my other screen for us to look at. Let me share my screen. I'll be sharing my other screen for us to. Oh yeah, I've shared it. Yes, it's okay. So let me just share my entire screen. So I'll be going off for a while. All right. So okay, this is it, right? This is the one I just shared here. Yeah. All right. So we talked about virtualization, and we talked about hypervisor, and I mentioned that systems come with a hypervisor capability already. Some systems don't come with it. Let me also put that out. Some systems don't also come with it. So I'll quickly. Oh yeah, yes. Oh yeah. So I'll quickly do some illustration. Then of course, we can also follow suit, but I'll be mindful with time because we'll be going on break shortly. I'll just start with the illustration. Then when we come back, we'll continue with it and we'll try to round off from there. All right. So um, from my screen, I hope everybody can see my screen. Um, you can see something. I need to do something first. So what I'm trying to do here, right? If you see this screen, this small prompt here, you can see that it is called Windows Future. For my laptop or for my system to be able to host multiple operating system, I will need something they call hypervisor, which we already discussed about. You can see here. But first, I will show us how to get to this platform or this prompt here. So I'll just exit this. Let me just show you. So there's something they call features. All systems have this. Please, if you can follow me on your system. I know it will be a little difficult because you'll be trying to see it, but if you have multiple screens, you can follow me as I go, right? For your system to be able to host um, a, a guest OS or to carry out virtualization, you need to enable the hypervisor functionality. So in your search box that it's in your Windows, you can just type features. All systems have this. If your system does not have um, if your system does not have hypervisor, as you can see here, where is it at? Okay, you can see here, if your system does not have this, that means your system does not have the capability to host multiple guest OS. Note, if your system does not have this, you can see hypervisor enables virtualization software to run on the Windows hypervisor. If your system does not have this, it means your system might not be able to do virtual machine management, right? So we have to tick both of them. That's virtual machine platform, hypervisor, and there's another one on top that I normally pick. It's Hyper-V. Okay, yeah. So tick Hyper-V. So you notice that I ticked three things. If you're following me, please notice something. I ticked from the top here. I ticked Hyper-V, and I went down here again. Um, I ticked virtual machine and Windows hypervisor platform. And all I need to do is to press OK. Right? So if you're following me, to just ensure that you carry out okay. Okay, so how do you get there? Please follow me again. If you're using Windows, please click here. Click on the search and do features. Abiodun, tell me, can you see that? Can you see that on your device? We have 5 minutes. How do I get there? Don't worry, just check, just try to do what I did now. Okay, were you able to get features, right? Okay, so if you Well, as I said earlier, your some systems might not be able to do it. So I think anything from Pro above will be able to do that. Also depends on the capability of the hardware itself, not minding the operating system. Sometimes the hardware too also plays a role if it can host multiple operating system, virtualization, hypervisor. Some systems don't come with hypervisor, some do come with it. But all the same, if you can see, okay, so I might need to reboot my system. Maybe we would pause here, but I'll just guide us because we might need to reboot our systems once we enable that. So as I said, not some operating systems might allow that, some operating systems might not. Like the Pro would allow that definitely, also depending on the hardware. But Windows Home, I doubt if Windows Home will be able to allow us to do hypervisor because it's not so much for things like that. It's just for family use and stuff like that. It's not really extensive, but all the same, we should just try to find out on by clicking on this. So Abiodun, were you able to do that? Were you able to access? Yeah, click OK. Yes, please click OK. It will ask you to reboot. So I think we can reboot so that when we come back from break, we can resume, or you can boot off the break before the break starts. I mean before the next session starts. Sorry. Yes, you can adequately, yes, you can click OK. You can click OK. Abiodun, were you able to do it? I'm still concerned. Anybody else, please? Remember features. Thank you, Martins. Thank you so much. Your network is bad. Oh, okay. But that doesn't really affect network. It's just something on your system. But can you see? Oh, we can hear some aspects. Wow. So sorry. We'll definitely, I mean, we'll definitely share the slides so we can, you can do some of the practicals, as the case may be. I also try to put some of them together so we can do the labs. So sorry about that. Okay, so let me just say, let me say, the Windows button, um, click on, hit Windows button and type so that, for those who can't hear me, can see this. Okay. Aha. Great, great. Thank you, Temi, for that. Thank you so much. That was fast. Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So I think Temi has gotten a hang over it. So you can reach out to her. Aha, go to Windows, click on where. Great. That's awesome. 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 My concern is people need to get to these features. Turn Windows. Yeah. Yeah, click OK. Absolutely, adequately. Thank you so much. All right, guys. I think we can go on a break because we need to restart. Everybody needs to restart after hitting OK because it will tell you you need to reboot. So you need to restart. So see you guys by 1, right? James, am I correct? See us by 1, right?
Yes, please. Yes, just an
All
hour
right.
break.
Okay, great. Great. All right. See you guys by 1 so that we can restart our system before the break elapses. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying on the call. I hope when we come back, we're more refreshed. All right.
Right. Thank you,
All
Chinedu.
right. All right.
Thank you.
Welcome,
Thank
sir.
you. Okay, so we can all go on break and then come back to class exactly 1 p.m. Exactly 1 p.m. Thank you. Right, welcome back to class. Okay, so without wasting much of our time, I believe others are still going to join. Okay, they are joining already. So let's have Chinedu back in class, and that's our lecturer for the day. So let's have him back so he can continue from where he has stopped before we went on break. Over to you, Chinedu.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, James. All right. So welcome back again, everybody. I hope we all enjoyed our long break. So quickly, we'll just run through this because we are far behind time. We'll run through this. Please, if you are still having some issues, or everybody should have restarted their systems by now anyway. So I guess that would have been taken care of. So we'll just quickly move on to the next thing, which is the installation of the virtual machine itself. Please, if you have also downloaded that file, that would also speeding up the process so that we can just, we can all do it together, right? Even though I have done mine initially. So if you can see below my screen, you would see, oh, sorry, you would see something running below my screen. That is the virtual machine. Yeah, great, great, great. Please, and if you have downloaded the file, you unzip it, you just extract it to your wherever you downloaded it. You can just extract. It usually would come in a zip, so you just click and extract everything, extract all content. So what we're going to install next, after extraction, you see a folder called that is easy to access like this, is the virtual machine, VMware, the VMware workstation. All right, the VM workstation is our next installation, right? So if we're all together, please let's prepare to install this. Let us prepare to install this. Were you able to download the file? I know it's a little bulky. It's about 1 point something gig. Please, if you are, or if you have downloaded it, just extract it, then we can install, so that I can just show some things on the virtual machine. Then we can move on to the next, right? Hey, everybody, are we together? Network is really, really disturbing us. Unable to okay. All right, so all the same, I'll just illustrate, I'll move on and illustrate. If anybody can follow me, fine. If you can also watch what I'm doing carefully, that would also be helpful, especially as the network is not so good. All right, so we have done the first step. Okay. Okay. All right. So we have done the first step, which is to enable hypervisor. The next step was for us to install the application, the virtual machine application. Remember that. Oh, okay. Well, yes, we need to. Okay, so we might not need to disable it now, but disable it so that we'll get to a point where we need to generate key a key for the virtual. I told you virtual machine, the VMware software is a licensed suite, is a licensed software compared to the Oracle VirtualBox. So for us to get premium quality but please, this is not to say that it is a good thing to do what we're doing. It's not good for us to have or to install cracked software or to manipulate or exploit softwares in this manner. It is unlawful, and this is just for, of course, this is just for illustration purposes. But please, in a real world, in a yeah, so it's taking a lot of time. But don't worry, we'll just do it together on my system. Then we'll see what. Then maybe, of course, you can do it by yourself after the class. It's pretty much straightforward, right? So I'm just putting out a disclaimer. Please do not. It's not advisable to do things like cracking. It's not advisable to it's not advisable to crack systems, to crack softwares. It is unlawful and it is a copyright infringement that we have done. And of course, because this is this is for testing purposes, uh, please do not do this for production environment, right? All right, so if you can see my screen, so I clicked on my virtual machine setup, right? Okay, yeah, you can. Okay, Oracle VirtualBox is not is it's free, so you can use that so that you're so that you don't infringe any law, right? All right, so I clicked on my virtual machine. I do not know if it would come up. Yeah, so it would come up now. Yep. So my screen, so I'm installing. I have installed already anyways. It's just a basic installation process. It's a basic installation process. Sorry, I have a lot of things open on my hand. So basic installation process. So I don't really need to do it anymore because it's already running, right? So the next thing is that we click next all the way to install the virtual machine, right? I'll just exit all of this, then come here straight. Maybe I should also remove this guy. Let me remove this so that we have the full experience of how. This is a Windows XP, by the way. I'm sure some of us might not remember Windows XP, but it's one of the most oldest operating system. Oh yeah, he dropped it here. So it's one of the most oldest operating system that we have. So I'll just quickly start by installing it, right? So that we can all see how it is done. I'll remove it first. Go and remove everything that I've installed initially. Initially, I was just trying to test out the viability. The Windows 7, for some reasons, did not work. I really do not know why, but I guess it's it's an operating system problem. But we can go ahead with the XP as the case may be, right? Okay, so probably we'll send it later. So probably we'll send it later, right? Okay, so first of all, you are welcomed to this page. Let me just exit from. So once you install, you're done installing the virtual machine software. You have this small icon here. It's both on the desktop and on your starter page, right? So once you click on it, of course, it pops up a bigger screen, which is what we're seeing here. So we have the opportunity. It's actually for reboot. Okay. The reboot is okay. So you might need to reboot and come back and meet us, right? Or just look at my screen. Don't worry. Look at it. Once you're able to get this very part right, I'm pretty much sure that you would. After the session, you can now play around with it, right? So that we don't take so much time, please. All right. So after the installation of the virtual machine, obviously to tell you to restart, and which you need to, right? So after restarting as I said, you see the icon on the desktop, and then you see it on the starter. Then there it comes where we need to install the guest OS. This is where we need to onboard, rather, let me say onboard, or install and onboard the guest OS. So we have three selections here. You can connect to a remote server, you can open a virtual machine, you can create. So opening a virtual machine means that there are softwares that are already, or there are operating systems that are already designed. You don't really need to install, let me put it that way. You don't need to install the operating system. They are already designed as a virtual machine. So what you need to do, that's what this middle means. So once you click on open, if you open that particular type of operating system, it just opens. You don't need to install. It opens up the operating system. You can now work with it. So that is more like a shorter process of doing it. But since we're installing from fresh, from the ISO, they call it ISO creation, ISO creation, we have to create a new virtual machine, right? We don't have a pre-created one. A pre-created one already has everything in the suite. Both the can even come with passwords, some come with users already onboarded on them. But we're creating it from fresh. So I will click on create a new virtual machine. Then you have the two options, typical and custom. So of course we'll go for the typical, which is recommended. Click next. So what we are supposed to install, right, is called Dix image file. That is the ISO Dix image file. So once you click browse, you would see, okay, so I have to go back to my folder and I want to install the Windows XP. Remember, the Windows XP is the old version of Windows operating system, right? And it's almost impossible to install it on modern day systems without any issues. But the virtual machine can handle that without damaging your system, right? And of course, it's very vulnerable now. Security-wise, it is a very vulnerable operating system. So you would not want to have it on your physical system or as a main operating system. So that is why that is one of the advantages of having a virtual machine. So when I click on this, open it, it just gives us the prompt that Windows XP professional detected, operating system will use easy install. So don't mind all that. All that is just a prompt. And here comes the other part, which is the product key. I shared the product key initially on the chat box, right? So you can have that later, right? You can use it to install the Windows XP and test out, as the case may be, test out the operating system. You can install and do various things once you're able to put the product key. So I'll just quickly enter the product key, then we can install. We have to do this in a very short time. GMD, right? So it's just XP professional. So I'll just delete this one. I'm supposed to also delete something here. So because I don't want to have it as a duplicate, I'll just delete this, right? So there's usually a folder where it keeps all of these things in the document. Please, can you share? Oh, okay. I will. Let me do that again. Let me share the product key, because without the product key, you will not have access to install the operating system. All right, so I'm sharing it here. So thank you for a reminder. All right, so there you have it. Virtual machine name, XP professional. Then this is the location of where it would save every bit of my operating files. That's my system, my operating system, the Windows XP operating system files. So you can see it is saved in this user CJ Black document. So this is my document folder anyway. So this is where everything about the operating system will be saved. I'm a sir. I'm a sir. I'm not Bobrisky. I'm a sir. All right. So next, so you can either choose a split, or you can choose a store virtual as a single file. So you can choose as a multiple file, but I usually prefer I prefer this, right? But in some cases where you want to move from one system to the other, this is usually a very good selection. The split virtual disk into multiple files. So you can go with any of them. My preference is usually the first one as a single file, right? Yeah, that's my preference. So I'll just okay. So there comes the main thing that makes up the virtual machine, that makes it a virtual machine, right? You can see memory. Memory is the RAM. So you can see that I have the capacity to allocate any amount of, well, I can't go above 8 gig actually, because that's where, that's my maximum recommended memory to allocate as a RAM. The good thing about this software is that it tells you, okay, this is the maximum you can allocate, because you're sharing the resources of the physical system. This is the amount of drive I mean RAM I have for my physical system. Where is it? Okay, so this is the actual amount. So I have an 8 gig RAM on my smaller system, which I have to manage, or I have to share the resources with this Windows XP. So I run a Windows 11. So you can, from my toolbar, you can see it. I run a Windows 11, and that is where the main RAM is installed. But I have to share the resources with the Windows XP, which I can't go above 8 gig. So I can use 2 gig, quite small. I will left with 6 gig to run the full system. So but this, of course, XP is a small system, so you can you can use as low as 1 gig. You can use as low as 512 MB, right? The guest OS is in the host OS is called the what? Yeah. The guest OS in the host is called yeah, you're correct, Martins, you're correct. The guest OS in the host OS is called a virtual machine. Yes, right. Absolutely correct. So you can see from my screen, you can see that I've manipulated the RAM, the number of RAM I can allocate. I can also do this for the processor too, right? I think I have enough processor to work with, right? I have a Core i5, so I have multiple processors. So you can choose to upscale it, but you can't go higher than, some systems can't go higher than 4. Like that's what happened here. This is the typical illustration. So I can't go higher than 4 as number of processors. So I can do 2 comfortably, and one core processor. So this will not bring up any prompts. This other aspects, well, is still a core feature that we can discuss later on, but it's it's more technical to go into. So, but this is like the basic things that we can manipulate. And of course, we have CD-ROM, we have network adapter. Remember that I said the virtual machine is pretty much like you having a physical system. I mean, a system that is not within your reach, but you can create it from your physical machine. You can have it as a shared resources. You can make it shared resources of your physical machine, right? So it's just a guest OS, but using the physical resource of the physical device the physical resource of the device that you have installed it on, right? While having your main operating system. So you can see a lot of things. You can see printer, you can see display. So it has automatically displayed. So I don't really need to manipulate any of these things because they come, because it already knows what we need. I just was trying to tweak this a little bit. Yeah, so it's 1 gig exactly. So you can tweak all of this, but remember you can't go, some systems can go, some systems can go above 4 gig, depending, because your CPU might not be strong enough to allocate that much. So anyways, the whole idea is that these are the resources that I can allocate to my operating system, my virtual machine, or my guest OS, as Martins has rightly said. These are the resources I can allocate to my guest OS. So I'll just close this quickly so that we run this. So I'm done with this. I also allocated 40 gig of my hard drive, 40 gig of the virtual space of my physical device. Even though I don't think I have enough virtual space like to cater for this 40 gig. I don't think I have up to that, but that's the whole idea of having a virtual machine, right? It just helps you create that enabling environment for you to host on another machine. So I'll just click on finish. Then it tries to start the machine, right? So remember I said we are installing from fresh. So typically the way a system would install, I have not booted my main system. You can still see my tax pane here, You can still see it down here. You can still see the tax pane down here. And this is, this is the environment itself. I can minimize this. I can minimize this. You can see I can minimize this too. You can see I can have it as a side screen here, right? I can have it as a side screen here. So this is a Windows XP, a Windows XP, right? So I did not need to have a second computer to install this operating system, right? So basically, that is the idea. I did not need to have a second computer to install. A lot of banks, a lot of organizations, they use virtual machines to run sometimes legacy applications, very old applications that your financial institutes use for banking until they finally migrate. So it's via a virtual machine that they do all of that. So it's going to take some time. It's processing and installing some key elements for your operating system, right? So while this is happening at the background, we'll be looking at, or we'll be discussing about the types of cloud. And please listen carefully too. We have 3 types of cloud. It's actually 5, but the 3 most common one is called private, public, and private, public, and community, or hybrids rather, hybrid, private, public, hybrid. Those are the 3 types of common cloud: the private, public, and the hybrid cloud. Then we also have something they call community. Community cloud also is a cloud platform. We also have community cloud, and we'll take each of them as we run through this session, right? So we'll just leave this to install for a bit, right? So the first one, which is the private cloud. The private cloud or in other words, it's called on-premises cloud. Most organizations, before the emergence of Google, Microsoft Azure, the cloud computing in generally, this used to be the go-to for most organizations, the on-premises. On-premises means that everything IT infrastructure was in that office location, both the hardware, the software, the security, the network infrastructure, everything is on the premises, or is in the site of that office. So nothing is outside the office, nothing is outside the location of the office. It is not in a region, everything is within the organization. So that is what they used to call on-premises. On-premises still exists. A lot of organizations use on-premises, where most organizations have their servers in their environment. They call it server room. Most times you hear a lot of people talk about your server room. Where is your server room located? So, the server room is also a part or a component of, is what houses the on-premises cloud. If we want to put it that way, the on-premises cloud. Also, they also have private cloud that, as I said earlier on, it doesn't have to be outside the region. It doesn't have to be outside the country. There are some organizations within Nigeria who offer private cloud. I'm sure some of us must have heard of Main One, Galaxy Backbone. I think those are the 2 common ones. Well, but there are other ones in Nigeria, but Main One, Galaxy Backbone are the biggest private cloud providers. They provide for financial institutes, for government for government parastatals, and so on and so forth. So, what they basically do is that for government parastatals that do not want to have their IT infrastructure within the office, this Main One or Galaxy Backbone would help them, maintain the IT infrastructure within Main One or Galaxy Backbone's infrastructure. So it means that whatever they got, whether it's CBN or whether it's whether it's our dear banks or whether it's GT or Stanbic, or their server rooms are usually not within the organization. They are housed with main one or Galaxy, right? So if they don't want to spend so much on resources like lights, like security, like space for those IT infrastructure, hardwares, the hardwares especially, also ensuring that those hardwares are cool, because those things, they need very cool environment. So it's so much resources, financial resources, to maintain those things. So that's why it is outsourced to most of those organizations, main one and Galaxy Backbone. So those are called private cloud, right? Private cloud, meaning that you have your resources, your IT resources with those companies, right? And on premises also means that you can choose to say, okay, I want to have my servers in-house. I want to maintain my servers in-house. That means the cooling system, the security, if you want to upscale to, everything will depend on you. You will do it physically. If you want to add additional hard drives, you will do it physically by yourself. But if it's on a private cloud, main one Galaxy within there would help you do all of that. Of course, there are other cloud providers, as I said, private cloud providers, as I said, but those are the typical examples, right? Then we also have the traditional type of cloud that usually comes to mind, which is the public cloud. The public cloud examples are the Google cloud, Google computing services, the Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Azure, AWS, Alibaba. All of those are public cloud, right? They offer public cloud services, but it's not as if they can't offer you private cloud. They offer public cloud. That means everybody has access to the resources that they share. So the resources, meaning that if you want Google Drive, for example, they have a supercomputer or a large computer with a lot of storage capacity, where they can just say, okay, Martins wants 1 gig as a cloud storage. And Temi wants 2 gig as a cloud. So that in that single computer, they can allocate everybody different storage capacity. The same thing with the infrastructure as a service, the same thing with the platform as a service. Everything is all tied to the public cloud, right? So the public cloud, as I said earlier on, scalability, reliability, it's also flexible, right? Geographical wise, to there's independence. The disaster recovery too is a lot better there, right? So disaster recovery, in case there are physical disasters like storm, like floods, all those kind of things, even insecurity too that we suffer, in Nigeria. Usually they have secluded places that all those things do not get affected. That is the public cloud. The public cloud, as I said, the Google, AWS, and Microsoft, right? That's for public cloud. For private, you have private cloud, you have main one, you have Galaxy. I'm trying to make it much easier for us to peg examples to each of them, right? So on-premises cloud, you can run them on your environment within the organization. You can also manage your data. That's what many people look at. You can manage your data within the environment. Unlike the public cloud. The public cloud, you do not know where your device is mounted. You do not know where the storage is. Well, you might know, but you might not have access to it, right? But the idea here is, for the private and the on-premises cloud, is that you have access to the hard drive. You can easily remove the hard drive and take it out. But for the public, you can't do that. You can only try to delete your data. Sorry, I went off. I think we're all back, right? Sorry about that. I think I should continue sharing my screen back. Right. All right. So please, please confirm that you can hear me. So we can move on.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great, 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 great. All right, great. Thank you so much. All right. I think we we got kicked out at some point. All right. All right. So as I was saying, the public cloud, you pretty much don't have access to the physical device, so you can't do anything in terms of physical handling. But the private cloud and the on-premises, you can actually go to the locations if it's the one that Main One or Galaxy handles, or if it's the one that you handle on premises in your server room, you can quickly access any of those things. You can see them physically. While the public cloud, you can't do that. So for the hybrid is a combination of both. The hybrid cloud is a combination of both the public and the private, right? So for the hybrid, you can have, for example, now what most people do is for Microsoft 365, Microsoft 365 is a cloud platform. Microsoft SharePoint and a OneDrive capability. OneDrive and SharePoint is for sharing files and restricting use of people accessing files and all of that. You can use SharePoint to do that. You can do it on the cloud side of it, right? You can store on a OneDrive. All that can be done on Microsoft 365. And you can also still do it on the on-premises, right? You can do it on the on-premises. So meaning that you can have a combination of the public cloud. You can have Google as a storage, or you can have Google as a storage online. You can have Google as an IaaS, or you can have Microsoft as an IaaS, and you can have your on-premises, right, as an IaaS. Or you can have Microsoft as a PaaS, and you can have your on-premises as IaaS. That's infrastructure as a service. But you will not call it infrastructure as a service. You just call it on premises. So you can manage your physical servers on premises, and you can now combine it with your local storage. With your cloud storage. So people do it. Some organizations have both platforms. They can manage their resources on Microsoft, and they can manage their resources on premises. That means they have a server room, but they still have Microsoft 365, while they still have a physical server room where they have their routers and their switch and so on and so forth. Right? So, you can have them simultaneously align both storage of sensitive information on your premises. That's why, something you can manage physically by yourself, you have better control of, is where you put your sensitive information. That's why most banks do not use public public clouds they do use it, but not for keeping of information of customers, like sensitive information of customers. So banks will not use Google or AWS or Microsoft to keep your sensitive information. They will never do that. It's even against the regulatory rule or a regulatory requirement. CBN, has stopped them from doing such things. So you don't have your personal, or you don't have your private data of customers on the cloud, on public cloud, but they have it on premises or private cloud. Private cloud is just within the country, and also within your office. And the last type of cloud is called community cloud. Community cloud is the last type of cloud. Community is the last type of cloud, right? I remember I told you that there are supposed to be two. We have three: public, private, and hybrid, but they are also, they call them emerging models. We call them emerging models. There's the multi-cloud and there's the community cloud. And multi-cloud, of course, is using multiple cloud providers to avoid vendor locking and enhance redundancy. So if I know that Google would fail, I would also have a Microsoft. I also do that actually. I have multiple storages. I have OneDrive and I also have Google Drive. In fact, I have another cloud drive that is not within those two called Proton. I have Proton Drive. So I do that, for redundancy. I do that for, just in case. So that's multi-cloud. You can use multiple cloud environments, and you can also have community cloud, shared infrastructures between organizations with similar goals. Remember, I talked about CBN putting out a rule or a requirement that banks are not allowed to put sensitive information of customers on public cloud. So they came up with the idea that, okay, we can use main one, we can use Galaxy Backbone, because all of those two private cloud services, service providers are in Nigeria, right? They are easy. You can easily manage them in Nigeria. You don't need to go to another country because of regulatory rules in those other countries. But of course, because you can actually, it's your rule here. It's easier for you to navigate our regulatory rules within Nigeria. It's better to have those kinds of information, sensitive information, especially government data and files, and as well financial files situated um, inside Nigeria. All right. Let me also check on our, okay, so there's a error message. Don't read anytime you see an error message from the solution of the XP, just click OK. It would to keep going. Then we'll see, move on once it pops up, right? So remember, once again, we have three common types of cloud and two emerging types of cloud, right? Three types of cloud and two emerging types of cloud. All right, so it's installing. So it's trying to widen my screen. All right. So there are also important cloud characteristics, right? There's on-demand self-service, there's broadband access, um, there is resource pooling, there's rapid elasticity, and there's measured services. These are the important cloud characteristics. So on-demand self-service, you can request for the best cloud features, standing points. You can offer for more. How will I say this? You can request for more capabilities compared to when you're trying to do it on your own, right? And broadband network access, you can access them various via the internet, via any broadband service, via mobile phones, you know. And we also have resource pooling. Resource pooling means that you can manage the resources of your cloud infrastructure holistically, right? But the only thing is that you call it pay as you go. The more you use, the more you pay, right? Also, the amount of time that it spends online also would cost more. So running costs, of course, you have to factor that. Some machines will run for a longer period and it will cost more. Some you can shut them down, But what in general, what it's trying to say is that for cloud characteristics, these are the key things that make up a cloud characteristics, right? So rapid elasticity, you can also choose to upscale, upgrade. We talked about that. You can choose to upgrade as much as possible, both the RAM, the ROM, the CPU. You can change all of that on the cloud, both on the private. In fact, in all of those environments, you can choose to do that. But maybe of course, on the on-premises would be a little complex, and it will cost you more and time. It will also cost you time, right? All right, so let me just quickly run us through. So as you can see here, please, if you can see my screen, just try to pay attention on this. Do you want to automatically connect to screen resolution code and Z? Okay. All right, so you can see now that we have fully onboarded XP, Windows XP. This is Windows XP, and this is my this is my Windows 11, right? You can see that I don't need to shut my Windows 11 down, right? If I want to do any form of testing, or if I want to test an application, I can equally install. You can see the typical look of Windows XP, right? You can see the typical look of XP, and it runs smoothly too, because it's a small operating system, right? So these are the applications. You can see Windows XP, Internet Explorer. You can't get Internet Explorer in Windows XP anymore, by the way, because it's outdated. I think I also have access to internet too, but it will be a little slow. But I think, yeah, okay, so I have access to internet. So you can see it's trying to connect to google.com, right? That's the search engine. So that's pretty much oh, what's it saying? That's pretty much what the virtual machine does. It gives you the avenue to install any other type of guest OS. And so why it's calling it guest OS, of course, it is not the OS that is housing. It is not the host OS. It is just a OS that you add additionally, but it is not fully, it is not fully installed on your system, right? So if we can play around it. You can try to install other operating systems. There are other operating systems that can be installed, security operating systems, Kali Linux, for those of us who are in the security field. There's a Parrot. All of them can be installed on a virtual machine. You do not need to uninstall, or you do not need to partition your hardware or your hard drive. You can install it on a virtual machine comfortably, just as we have them here, right? So pretty much that's for it. So that's how to install a VM or a guest OS on your host machine. And you can see the XP is running properly. I will just go back to our lectures quickly. I'll also show us at the end of this one, I'll try to show us what a cloud infrastructure IaaS is. I have an Oracle cloud infrastructure that I can show us later on in the class. I'll just try to manage time. So as I was saying, the important cloud characteristics, we have 5 of them. Remember, they have on-demand self-service, meaning that you can request for better or more custom features, broadband network access. You can access it from anywhere. Resource pooling, you can manage resources and large pool of resources, like your large pool of CPU. If you have bigger CPUs on a single system or a single infrastructure as a service or platform as a service system, you can manage it within other virtual machines. Rapid elasticity, you can also upgrade your storage. Measured service also helps you track your usage of the services, usage of, okay, how much data, how much storage am I using, right? You can see it even on your Google Drive. You can see how much storage you're using. You can also see how much CPU you're using for infrastructure as a service. And we also have file synchronization, which is also commonly done within our OneDrive. So I can share multiple things on my OneDrive. You can see my screen too. You would see that I have a OneDrive folder, right? I can access this folder from any part of the world as long as I have internet, right? I can access it on my browser. I can access it from another computer. That is the whole idea. And once I edit anything on that, it also synchronizes across the other platform. That means if I change, even if it's a word in a file, if I change a word in a file, it would also be changed across the entire devices I have access to, right? So that's the good thing about the cloud. And high availability means that you would have access to these things all the time. You would have access to these things all the time and anytime, compared to when you have it on a physical hard drive. If you leave your physical hard drive in Lagos and you're in Abuja, there's nothing you can do about it, except you tell the person to send you the file. You tell somebody else who is in Lagos to send you, or who has access to the hard drive, to send you the particular file you need from that hard drive. You know, that's a lot of work, right? So all that, is all what the virtualization is all about. I wish I had more time. I would have shared us I would have shared us how I would have shared the cloud, Oracle Cloud infrastructure with us, but that will take time because I need to. Okay, because I need to change some things before I can do that actually. Okay, great. All right, so of course, high availability, it brings us to this table. This is what most cloud platforms work with. So that's why you cannot get a downtime. I remember one of us asking something around um, 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 if it can crash, yeah, I think it was Temi. Temi asked if the the cloud storage can crash. And you know, that's the thing. They usually would give you the assurance. They call it the assurance that, you know, your cloud service is protected. It can't crash easily. That's the main idea. That's what it is meant to do. You are assured of that. Just share me this now. So you're assured of this, of availability of the service almost all the time, right? You can see from the availability sheet here, right? You can see that 399, that is almost 100%. Downtime per year, 8.77 hours. Even this 8.77 hours, you would hardly notice anything. The per day too, you hardly notice everything. It's on the very rare occasions that you get downtime on a cloud service, right? It's on the very rare occasion that you get downtime on a cloud service. So that's why you have this huge availability time. So 99, almost 100% of the time, you can have access to your files, your documents, and so on and so forth. So they have this 4 categories of availability time, right? And you can see clearly that they have defined it. They do not want to take their customers for granted. That's basically how the cloud service works, or cloud providers work. So now looking at moving on. Please, is there any question? Please, do you have any question on the various cloud services, cloud types of clouds? Please ask if you have any questions, or we move on to artificial intelligence. Please, if you have any question on the types of cloud, please feel free to share. Okay. If you have any questions, please feel free to share. Good. Okay. All right. So everybody's fine today. So exploring cloud artificial intelligence. Right. Of course, we all know this is the fun part. Okay. Why the application did not support other Windows, say Windows XP? Why the application did not support other Windows? Okay, wait, here, I don't understand. Are you talking about the virtual machine itself? The VMware? Oh, okay. So it supports. It's just that, you know, I didn't want to I didn't want to down those things. If those operating systems are large, so the ones I could get access to, you know, these are the ones that are easy for us to use. There are other applications, there are other OSs that it can support aside from XP.
There are other operating systems you can support. Even Windows 7. Problem is that the Windows 7 that I sent to you, I don't think is a very good operating system. I don't think that particular file is good, right? So, but it doesn't mean you can't install Windows 7. You can install all of them: Windows 7, Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows 8, and XP, right? It's just that you need to find the right type of operating system. But of course, it will take you a lot of time, and of course, it's larger. For you to get a great operating system, you'll be looking at a large file, like almost 2 gigs, some of them 2 or 4 gig. But I was just able to get these small ones for us to quickly work with, right? Right? It can support all of it, no doubt. No doubt, it can support all the Windows. All right, so how many of us have used artificial intelligence or what do we think is artificial intelligence with examples? Do we really understand artificial intelligence? Just give me a typical example of what you think artificial intelligence is all about. Typical example of what artificial intelligence are, and have we used any? Do we use any of them? Oh, okay, ChatGPT. This is the one that we used to do expo. Good, good, good. This was the first type of artificial intelligence. What other type again? There are various types, so there are a lot of them. Let me also share my screen. There are a lot of them. Yeah, this is it. Sharp. Good, good. There's another one again that we should know. ChatGPT is not just the other Copilot. Absolutely. Copilot is a Microsoft version of artificial intelligence, of just the way we have ChatGPT. Copilot 2 also does that. Meta, yes, Meta. What other ones again do we have? I think we have something around, there's this other one again. There's this other one that is, yeah, Google. Who can tell me what the name of Google has its own artificial intelligence? Ayana. And of course, there's the latest one that everybody is talking about now. Google has one. Who knows what Google AI, the name of Google's AI is? Who knows it? Okay, so let me just give it. The name is called, so there are two actually. There is there is bad, and there is Gemini, right? There's bad, and there is, okay, no, not like the bad, like BARD. So there's bad and there's Gemini. I'm putting it on the chat box so you can also go check it out, right? We can also check it out too, as you know, as we go on the training, right? So bad and Gemini are for Google, right? So this is the trendiest thing going on my Instagram. I'm just seeing so many recommendations from especially the Western brothers and sisters over there. There are a lot of AI products, a lot of AI products. There are AIs that you'll be wondering, wow, like how did they even think about this, or how did they make this up, right? There's even one they call Napkin. Napkin, a very great AI technology, and there are a bunch of them. There are a bunch of them that that they have out there. I'll share a list of them after this session. I'll share it, and we can see the different functionality of those AIs. Right, this is the hottest topic, and everybody is jumping on board. So of course, basically how AI works. Um, is quite simple. I used to remember then the things that we do with AI, but we don't used to call it AI. There are a lot of them that we used to do. We used back then. Even as programmers, you do some kinds of programming with Python that is AI driven. That is almost the way AI works. Which the foundation of AI is still Python, because that is that is the language that it is programmed in, right? They are AIs that are Python programs that that do things automatically, that can do tasks, that can help you complete tasks without you manipulating your or you're not manipulating your system, all you need to do is just to program it to do it concurrently, right? Before it started getting. No, ATM is, well, ATM, ATM is not really classified as, the thing with ATM is that it's running a application already, a pre-built application, right? And so all those responses are already, no, not ATM, except from the very modern ATMs. I don't think they're in Nigeria yet, anyways. I don't think so. But of course, ATMs are, they have been there for a while anyway. So I really will not call them robots because they don't think on their own. They already have a pre-built functionality, task. They don't really think, or they can't give you responses outside how they are programmed, right? But AI, the core function of an AI is to think intelligently outside the programming function, right? It learns while information is fed to it. So we'll talk about that too. This is basically how AI is. Oh, sorry. How do I make this thing disappear? Okay, I think I can hide it. Yeah, I can hide this. Yes. Okay. So basically, this is how the AI model looks like. Input, processing. Oh, sorry about the noise. Input, processing, and output. That's basically how the computing model generally. This is the foundation of computing. The first diagram: input, processing, and output. So there's this other thing that we normally call it garbage in, garbage out, GI go, garbage in, garbage out. So anything you feed into it, that's the general computing principle. When you type something into your system, it processes, and the output is the result, right? Basically, how the system, how computers were, Gigo, how computers were built. That is the foundation of the functions of a computer, Gigo, right? And it's also similar to how AI too works. Input, processing, outcomes, adjustment, and assessment. But if you notice, there are differences here. There are two additional differences here. And these are the key elements: the assessment and adjustment. This is what makes AI AI. This is what makes AI AI, right? It's not just a computer program, right? It's not just an input, process, and outcome, but there is also a thinking process, an adjustment process, as we put it out, as it is put here, that happens within the AI. This is what makes AI intelligent, right? Without this, it is just a typical computer with an input, processing, and output. But this is what makes it different, right? And we have various types of AI. We have the machine learning, right? We have the machine learning AI. A machine learning AI, usually we can see those kinds of AIs on technologies already. There are technologies that already employ machine learning. So another way I can describe this thing, I want us to really get the idea here. Behind this is data collection, data analysis, and prediction making, that is, and training, model evaluation, solution implementation, and continuous improvement. That is another way to look at the basic AI computing model. So that's why you have a lot of data analysis processes coming up and down within this period, because they are all tied to how AIs work. Right. So as I said, there are different types of AI. There's machine learning. There's the natural language processing. There's the neural network. Machine learning, of course, you're teaching the computer how or what it needs to learn, right? So that's where this comes in. Adjustments and assessment. That's where it comes in. You're teaching the computer how it should process various kinds of data. Even robots too, you teach robots, it's like you're teaching a child, but this time it learns faster than human beings would learn, right? It learns faster than humans. So machine learning is one type of AI. It continually learns a lot of the things, the activities happening in its environment. There are machine learning processes or activities that go on firewalls, the new updated firewalls, not just any of those old school firewalls, but the new types of firewalls, antiviruses also have machine learning embedded, meaning that they learn how threats are active within your system. They learn the different kinds of threats. They learn how how threats can manipulate your system and they quickly react, right? That's for firewall. They also have other kinds of machine learning that looks at how you do things on your system or your phone. Funny enough, machine learning too is applied to how Google does its things. Advertisements, they learn what you like. Right? They keep, the more you search online, the more it understands how or what your preferences are, right? So you start to get indirect ads or indirect advertisements of things that you like. So you start wondering, I thought I clicked on shoe and now I'm seeing a lot of shoes. I'm seeing a lot of watches, and it happens, it's an algorithm. It keeps learning your preferences. So once you click like on a shoe, it keeps recommending things like that. So a lot of social media have embedded machine learning into their core processes or their core applications, right? There's also something they call deep learning. So of course, sorry, let me just explain more about the machine learning. You don't need to supervise it because it continuously learns on its own without your handling, right? You can also still supervise it, but at the same time, the whole idea is for it to learn while it is taking information. But of course, you have to use some various kinds of data to teach it before it can continually learn in that direction, right? So it finds patterns of data that you use, as I said earlier on. So deep learning, though I didn't mention it here, so there's also deep learning is a subset of machine learning, but it goes deeper than the usual learning curve of the machine learning. And there's something called natural language processing. So this enables AIs, it enables machines to understand, interpret, and generate human languages, right? It includes chatbots, translation services, and sentiment analysis. We know many of us have come across chatbots. There are chatbots that, when you log onto a site, it prompts up and says, hi, it sounds like a human being chatting with you, right? A lot of the time. So even our Alexa, our Siri is an AI that is, well, there's a more powerful AI anyway for iOS, but Siri was like the first of its kind for Apple devices, where you can tell it to do things for you, and it helps you. Same thing with Google Assistant and Alexa, which is for Android. You can tell them to do things for you and they will quickly do it for you. Not that they will do it physically. I mean, you can tell them to fetch information for you. You can tell them to, well, if you have a smart home too, you can tell them to put on some devices, some lights and all of that. All of this AI assistant, then, they use natural language processing to carry out their task. Right. So the third one is the neutral network. Neutral network is almost, is a technique that enables machines to understand, interpret, and generate human language, as I said earlier on, right? Oh, sorry, I was defining the first one. So neutral network, anyways, are machine programs that are designed to make decisions like humans, And this is where the core AI comes in. I think if they achieve this, or once this is properly done, we would have a lot of devices that can manipulate that can do things on their own without your interference. But meanwhile, there are machines that actually do that. Like, for example, that car, the one in the US that Elon Musk has done. Those most of those cars are driven by themselves. Now, I think there's one that can actually come to you once you click a button. So it drives itself all the way to meet you. The same thing, they are self-driven, right? They don't need so much thinking, right? They are almost like robots, just like the robots he has also done too. But I don't know how functional it is. But he has also developed a robot that basically might be able to think like a human being, right? That might have it has the human structure and all of that. So all of this are all types of AIs that are emerging. Right, and basically this is how machine learning is. It's almost typical to how this is how a neural network is. It's almost similar to how human beings learn. There's inputs and there's the hidden layers of the thinking processes, and there's the outputs. Even humans too, we need to see things as an input, and we need to think through it. And the reaction is where the output comes in. So if I see a picture, if I see something, and my mind needs to process it, my brain needs to process it, just like what we have here, and typically to what the AI too has. The output is how I would react. So if it's something of danger, if I see danger, my mind processes it and says this is danger. Of course, my reaction would be either to run or to react in a manner. So it's basically how the neural network works. So that's how a type of AI, reasons. Talking about the neural network. So there's robotics is also an AI. And if you notice one thing about all of these types of AI, they are all tied to themselves. Somehow they all play the same, they all end up doing the same, not doing the same thing, but they are all connected, right? The one that learns, the one that reacts like a human being, the one that functions like a human being. So this robotics is where the actual robot comes in, where you can actually see robots that are structured like a human being. As I said, Elon Musk has done something already that you can see a robot that works, that also thinks on its own. There are a lot of them. There's even one I saw that cleans, right? There are a lot of machines, AIs and robots that are existing as of this point. And there's the computer vision, which combines machine learning and neural networks, right? It combines both. And that's where we have the VAR systems that our coaches use, right? It's not just a screen, but there are processes that it has to do. It has to understand the patterns of players. It also has to understand a rule of the game. It has to learn the rule of the game. So it understands the pattern of play, the pattern of the where the ball is at each extent, at each time. It follows the ball pattern to see when there is an offside, if it's a goal or if it's not a goal, right? And that's computer vision. It's a camera. It's usually embedded in a camera, right, where it reads. There's also something that most cameras have, facial recognition, but I don't think all CCTVs have. But I think most sophisticated CCTVs, especially in the Western side, have something they call facial recognition software, where it pinpoints, it has pins to identify your image visually, and has a way of verifying from identities. And you can see it in various movies too, right? That a camera picks a person, and before you know it, it tries to pinpoint the identity of that person, right? That's computer vision. That's very powerful technology. I don't think we have that yet in Nigeria. right? Even though we have database, and there's a whole lot of technicality to it, right? So there's a whole lot of examples that we can give from all of this technologies, but we should just bear in mind that there are machine learning, neutral language processing, neutral networks, natural language NLP, and neutral networks. And there's this other one, robotics and computer vision, right? And of course, there's the expert systems, which is the final one. It's trained to mimic someone who is an expert on a specific field, right? But that one too is on a very rare occasion. So it's almost mimicking like a doctor, how a doctor would operate on a human being, right? It's a very critical situation. So there's an AI that is already built. I've seen something like that, but I don't think it's real. Though it's just a hand, it's like a robot hand, and it it knows how to operate on a human being, right? But I think they have done it for cars. There are AIs that can build a car. You see the hand go on its own, and it builds it structures the frame of the car and puts the parts together. But for the human being aspect of doing operation, I don't think it is done, because that's some expert. But I think it exists anyway if if we do our research properly, right? So these are the types of AIs that we have. And we also still have conversational AIs, and there are a whole bunch of them. Conversational AIs is the chatbots, AI chatbots that we also know. You see all these automated questions that pop up as we speak. And it keeps giving us series of answers that might suit our problems, right? Just like what we have here. I need a truck. My name is, hi, I need a truck. Hi, my name is Alice. Of course, Alice is a chatbot. So, she's not a real person, but of course they make it look so real that you feel it is a real person. So my name is Alice. How may I help you? Do you have a truck? I would be happy to help you with it. These conversations almost seem like a human being, right? But they are all AIs. But I'm not saying that all the times when you go on a chat board on a website, it is usually AI. There are sometimes that you have to refer you to a physical person when it goes beyond the AI's knowledge, right? But of course, AI helps to handle some basic responses, just as we have here, conversations that can easily be done, or that can easily be responded to without human intervention, right? So always remember that, remember these types of AIs, they are all things that we have seen or have come across both on Instagram, or you keep seeing them. There are different types, as the case may be. There's also something that they call generative AI. I don't know, maybe we should try that one, which I think we should try that one out. How many of us have access to our chat GPT? We should try it out. It's really fun. I'll teach us how to a generate an image using ChatGPT. I will teach us how to generate an image. How many of us knows that you can generate an image on ChatGPT? You can actually generate an image on ChatGPT. You can do a lot of things. You can generate a logo too on ChatGPT, right? It's a whole lot of things that you can do with ChatGPT. Oh, okay. So oh, Tesla. Sorry, I was not looking at my screen. I couldn't find my chat box because it was blocking. So yes, Tesla. So as I was saying, oh, I missed it. Oh, so sorry, sir. I know we have really been struggling with network too on our own end. So sorry about that. Okay, so I'll just quickly show us how to do that on our ChatGPT platform, right? If you can see my screen, I know that network is a struggle here. So sorry about that. If you can see my screen, I'm going to my ChatGPT, right? I also have Copilot, so I have both of them. Both of them can actually generate image, but you have to be able to, write the correct prompts. So prompt is like the correct, should I say, the correct communication with them. So if I say generate a logo, you can also do this with me, generate a logo. You can do that, and you can do it and share on the screen what you generated. Like I said, generate a logo or generate a logo using Excel. Let's see what it gives us, right? Just for fun, we can try that out. You can see that it's trying to generate a logo, which we can do too. You can also feel free to try it to your own, right? It's a whole lot of things you can do. So imagine, a lot of the times people used to say, okay, draw a logo for me, do a logo for me. But I know this doesn't totally, take out the creativity of a human being, but yeah, it goes a long way to, to simplify a lot of complex or a lot of tasks that you can do something that you can quickly use in the point in time. So that's ChatGPT for you, generating a logo. You can tell it to generate a lot of other kinds of things as long as it is able to generate a boss image. So simple illustration. We can also try it out. Please, if you have ChatGPT on your phone, you can also try it out. You can also use it to solve complex problems. That is also what the generative AI does. A generative AI can do a lot of this. It can usually use to generate videos, but I don't think ChatGPT can generate a video. I've not tried it before, but I know there are other applications, there are other AI tools that can do that. But you see, I told it to generate a buzz, and it was able to generate a buzz clear cut, right? So there are syntaxes that we can use to send commands to our AIs to do complex tasks like that, right? So generative AI, of course, the main of generative AI focuses on creating content. A lot of the contents that we see on Instagram and some other applications, Facebook, are all generated using AI, right? And you can see a typical example, as I said, ChatGPT is one example of generative AI. Can generate logos and videos and so on and so forth. You can also write languages. You can also, okay, I also, that's fun. Let us do it together. Please, in the comment section, please try to generate something. Think of something to generate. All right, quickly, think of something to generate and share it on the comment section. I can also generate a login page. Please think of something to generate and share it with us on the chat box. Let us learn together. Let us see how many people are really familiar with ChatGPT and any other, and Copilot and the rest. If you can hear me, please let us do it together, right? The login page. So you see something, I need to write oh no, I'm supposed to say a script. Generate, okay, no, I'm supposed to, so you see, that's the concept of that's the concept of wrong prompting. So I'm supposed to I'm supposed to write a custom login script using Java. So let's see what the prompt is going to give us. Oh yeah, are we together? Quickly, guys. Let us do something together. Okay, so it's actually doing it. Oh, nice. Tell me, that was quick. Ah, is that a dragon? Oh yeah, that's a dragon actually. All right. So this is my other generated prompt that I used. I said generate a login script, right? So if I was to write or develop a program I can quickly come here and do this with the AI and see what it will show. And this is a language that actually helped me develop a JavaScript to run that. So once I do that, I can now, I can now mount it to whatever platform I want to use it, and it generate. I can use that as the back script to tell you how powerful the AI function. So that's one part of the AI that that is really, really, really good for us, right? So it's a typical examples of sorry, it's network, it's kicking us out, but we would soon be done. We would soon be done. It's only tell me that did it. Who else again? Who else can do something for us? Generate something, generate. You could also try solving a very complex equation. You can ask it any kind of question, generate a complex equation with ChatGPT. Please, if you can hear me, let us do something together. Temi has dropped her image already, right? If you can, and there's also something they call predictive AI, right? AI that learns. Predictive AIs can work with a lot of it works with predicting behaviors and anticipate future events, right? But just like humans, you can't tie it to everything, right? But it works. You can use it to predict some kind of future events, and you can see typical examples. How do I see the northern lights? Right? You can even ask ChatGPT all of that kind of a question, and let us even see what response it would give us. You can ask some kind of questions that are, but I don't think you can use it to bet. So if you're thinking of doing that, please, I beg you not to do it. So you can say, we can even use the example that was given there, right, on the screen. Predictive AI. How do I see the northern lights, right? And the northern light, I don't think it comes out every now and then. So you can say, how do I see the northern lights? Oh, sorry, my enter. Yeah, so you can see what it has generated here. Let me just try to see if I can expand my screen. You can expand my screen. You can see. Okay. Okay, so it's back. I think it's because. All right, so you can see it has given us some recommendations. Go to the north, Norway, Iceland, and it also gave us a time. So you see how almost accurate it is. Peak time views at 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Oh, okay, sorry, my screen is not shared. It's just, sorry, my screen hasn't, I've not shared my screen. Let me share it now. Okay. All right, so I believe you can see my screen now. Sorry about that. I thought my screen was shared. I think it went off after we had the network issue. All right, so I asked AI to predict when the northern lights would, how I can see the northern lights, and it was able to give me all of these responses. Go to the north, go to Finland or Canada, and it gives me the time, solar activity. I know that is all about the predictive AI. And there are other kinds of other kinds of questions that it can respond to without necessarily asking a human being, right? So you can say autocorrect also is an example, right? Autocorrect is an example of predictive AI. Autocorrect is an example of predictive AI. So on your phone, on WhatsApp, when you're typing, you notice something that as you're typing, you notice it keeps prompting things that you might likely want to type. So if you put D I mean, if you put THE, I mean TH, it will help you put the E. Or if it's a point where you want to put THERS, it will help you put the S, right? So that's all about the predictive AI. AI has been existing almost for a long time, but it is now becoming more predominant, right? Please ask any questions if you can. Oh, you can't see my screen. Can you see it now? I just shared. Is it showing now? Please confirm if you can see my screen. Oh, yes. Okay, great, great. Sorry about that. I think it's network that, yeah. So another predictive thing, AI is the one I talked about, where you shop for something, something you use a lot, especially, us that buy a lot of things from Instagram, it predicts a lot of shopping environments for us to use, and all of that can be done. Even Instagram has an AI, which is Meta. Okay, as somebody has rightly said, Meta, and what WhatsApp also shares the same AI with Instagram, and because it's, of course, it's the same platform. I mean, it's the same owner that has developed it, right? So moving on, please, is there any question concerning AI that we need to understand, or we need to discuss about quickly, so that we can move on to we have a short period of time. Do we have anything around AI that we need to ask questions on? Please help me. Drop it in the comment section. Sorry about the network. Unfortunately, it's how we have been suffering in Nigeria. All right, so we'll move on to the next one, which is understanding hackers and motives, right? Understanding hackers and motive. A lot of hackers have different motives. There are hackers that are employed to destabilize an entire country, and there are hackers that go for financial benefits, and the hackers that just want to do it for the sake of ego, right? So and their motives are very different, right? Hackers have different motives, as the case may be. We're privileged to get some information about even happening within Nigeria, that at some point hackers try to do something to. In fact, I don't know, but I think they actually did. They were able to get fundings from some of our banks to fund the nuclear production of a nuclear weapon, right? Some hackers actually did that, and they won't say, or nobody would know about things like that, but that is the motive. The motive was not to use the money to buy a car. Their motive was to do what? To get funds for a specific project, and they didn't want to. Or they didn't have any other means of generating that except using this means. I mean, because that's the motive. That is the general motive, to get funds to facilitate the production of the nuclear weapon, right? So that tells you that hackers have a broad mindset. It's not just the ones that steal funds for luxury purpose. They also have the ones that can steal for ego. The ones that can say, okay, I just want to be able to tell people that GT Bank is or any other bank here in Nigeria is vulnerable. I just want to show off and tell them that their security is poor and porous, and it is me that did it. That's a purpose. That's a motive. It tells you that the person has an ego, or a person has a mindset that wants to just show off, right? And there's also a state actor. This state actor means that I mean, not state actor anyways. There's this other one that they call political purpose anyways. So what they're trying to do there is they believe in a certain kind of narrative, right? And they don't support the government. And there are a lot of the times they're trying to they're trying to bring a certain opinion to the government and to the people, right? Like they're trying to either downplay propaganda or something like that anyway. Those ones are, they have a motive that is specific for that. They don't have any motive for financial gains. They can even exploit some key critical elements of the country just to expose some political issues, right? Just the way we heard of during that COVID-19 time, we heard of these ones. They call them anonymous, right? Anonymous too was politically driven. And you can see that they dig a lot of information about politics in Nigeria. So some examples of hacking are as follows: logging to locals to steal data, changing websites, and one of the banks recently almost suffered this consequence of hacking, changing a website's content, installing software designed to cause harm or steal data, creating a condition in which a computer or network no longer works well. All of these are examples of hacking. And when I first put that disclaimer of using a cracked software, it is also similar to hacking, right? Because I do not have a proper license. I did not buy a license key, right? I did not buy a license key, but I was able to get a software to generate the license key, right? I was able to generate a license key for the purpose of installing the VMware software. And that's hacking technically, but of course, with the help of a software that generates license. So all of that, are all hacking, examples of hacking as follows. As long as it is not meant for you, information that you have access to is not meant for you, and you're not authorized to have them, it is all it's all a part of hacking, right? And hacking goes a long way, from system hacking, getting access to files, and so on and so forth, right? Data and information as an asset, right? I'm sure we're pretty much familiar with the difference between data and information, right? Who can tell me, please, in the chat room, please tell me what the difference between data and information is. Quickly, on the chat, in the chat room, tell me the difference between, just drop a comment if you know the answer. No answer is wrong. No answer is wrong. But of course, you can attempt as much as possible. Okay. All right. This is a typical computer science breakdown. Data is a raw unprocessed information. Tell me nice one. Who else wants to attempt? Come on, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh. There might be a gift, too. There might be a gift for the best response. We have how many people on the call? Do I need to call names? We have 26 people on the call, maybe aside from me and maybe 2 of my colleagues. That's actually 23. I said, what is the difference between data and information? And Temi has said data is a raw unprocessed. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Oluwatomisin, yes, has responded to. I'm still waiting for more responses. Gather up. Give me more. You are all correct, anyways. But I just want to get your different views. Don't use ChatGPT. It's like some of you are using ChatGPT. Like Matt is you're repeating exactly what Temi just said. Well, maybe not. Yeah, well, similar, yeah. Well, you're all correct, anyways. You're all correct, as the case may be. Data is unprocessed, and I like to use some unprocessed information. Very good. I like to use a typical, I like to give a typical example of data. And you know, data, for example, can be even our NIN can be data. Our BVN can be data. So what makes it an actual information is when it is tied to our. Okay, so data is just a collection of values and facts about something or someone, while information is data that can be easily understood. Great, 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 great. All right, very correct. Well done, everybody. Very correct. I really, really appreciate all these responses. Anyways, as I was saying, data too, in real life example, BVN, NIN, your date of birth, they're all data actually. But okay, somebody generated, Adekunle generated something. Okay. 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 Adekunle generated. Okay. How did you get it to do? Oh, you used AI to. Oh, so you see how AI has has made things easy. All right. That's the inherent meaning. While unprocessed can be numbers. Very good. So I was trying to give that example now, and typically that's what he sent. That's what Adekunle just dropped, right? You can have NIN, BVN, date of birth. You can have all of those informations, right? But the moment you do not have where each information is tied to, or the person, the character it is tied to, it just becomes a data. It's just only left as a data. It is not an information. But if I have data tied to, um, um, for example, Adekunle now, I can say I have details of Adekule's banking information, right? Details of Adekule's information. That means I have to have data that is related to Adekule's accounting information, meaning that I might have his account number, I might have his PIN, I might have his card his PAN in front and his CVV. I might have his password to his banking app, right? Those are datas, and those datas, if you combine all of them, they form information that relates to Adekunle's financial information, right? So that's the cool thing about data. That's why it's really important, right? That's where it's really key, and that's why most threat actors will always want to go for data, whether it's a company or whether it's an individual, right? Organizations see data as assets. So a customer data is an asset to an organization. GT now owns GT sees your data or your information as an asset. So that is why they will do everything to protect your data. Other banks, financial institutes, Stanbic, they all see your data as an asset, because once any threat actor has any of those data I mentioned, if they combine any of those things to form an information, they can log into your system. So they would protect that as much as possible, right? So we have two classifications of data. We have the critical and the non-critical. Okay. Of course, we know that the critical data, of course, we already mentioned a bit of them, or mentioned most of them, actually. We mentioned most of them: the username, password, account information, and so on and so forth, right? And of course, you can also include intellectual properties, digital products. All of those things are critical data, right? Critical data must be protected at all times. Non-critical data is stuff
Yeah,
that is,
uh,
yeah.
sorry. Something is that the black stop is still obstructing.
Oh,
Like
it's still up.
we cannot see
The heading, so
from
sorry. I
slide.
keep
Yeah.
removing it and it comes back. Okay, I think it's when I move my subject. Okay, good. All right. So as I said, critical data must be protected at all times. And we know all those critical data that we've mentioned earlier on. There's something they also call PII. PII is also something that identifies you as a person, or as, as a person. That's when that's what I meant by when you combine all of Adenkule's banking data it forms an information. So a PII is a personally identifiable information. Personally identifiable information. PII. It's called personally identifiable information, right? So your BVN is a part of personally identifiable information. Your NIN, your username, your password, your account information, your bank account information, everything. Those things that combine together are your PII. Even your phone number too is a PII, right? Your phone number, your NIN. You know, that's why most times when what they call kidnappers use a person's phone number, you know, it becomes that person who made that call. If they steal a person's SIM card, it means that that person that they stole the SIM card is the person that initiated that call. So that is the criticality behind, you know, protecting the PII, whether it's a phone number or whether it's a NIN. Those are very, very critical informations, right? Can anybody give me an example of please give me an example of non-critical data, everybody. Non-critical data that are not important. Who can tell me? Or drop comments, examples of non-critical data. Oh, gender. Okay, yeah, gender, yeah. But you know, gender too plays an important role when it comes to identifying you. But well, I get your point anyway. All right, give me more, please. Any more? Please give me more. Drop in the comment section. Non height. Do you know height? Height too is very important. In the foreign countries, they usually use your height to identify you. Say I can say Temi is 5'10". Okay, no, Temi might be taller anyway. But anyways, I get you. Weight, yes. Abiodi says weight. Okay. Gender, height, weight. Okay. Well, yes. Yeah. But some of them are actually critical, though, right? Some of them are actually critical. But anyways, moving forward, let us try to wrap things up quickly, right? Okay. Yes. Okay. So, this will quickly move away. But anyways, that is it about non-critical data. We can also do some research. Okay. We can also do some research on the non-critical data, right? And see what other kinds of data are not critical to hackers, as the case may be. So as you know, data also helps most organizations to decide, to make critical decisions. There are strategic data, there are data that will determine the use of a currency. Determine the value of a currency, right? There are data, there are also customer data that determine how customers are reacting to a product, how they are responding to a product. There are also data that determine how the volume of sales, that data that also determine the volume of customers that would likely, likely recommend the organization to other people, right? So all these data help to drive, customer profiling, entrepreneurship. Yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So a lot of these data, right? A lot of data can be used for business decisions, especially strategic ones, right? There's also a risk. There are also risk data that can be generated from past events and all of that. Data that can tell almost futuristic things, right? And they also have data monetization. Companies data to make money, just as you know, Google and Instagram do that a lot, pushing some kinds of targeted advert. They call them targeted adverts. So if I like a wristwatch, they can push that advert to me and say, this product is now coming for so price. They can now push various kinds of vendors, and it's called, Facebook does that a lot. some Android devices, especially the ones that China have developed, usually have what they call ads. It's not for this. Yes, Mark Zuckerberg too was on trial. I think he's still on trial, but some countries have tried to find him on harvesting of data. In fact, he has sold data at some point, right? He has sold data at some point, but because he has money, so he was able to escape, right? That is data. That is a very good example of data monetization. Mark Zuckerberg, yes, he actually has sold people's customer data, as the case may be, which is TikTok was under interrogation. Yes, yes, and that is why the US and Canada are trying to ban TikTok. Yeah, data is good. Absolutely. I mean, I agree. Data is good, and that is why, you know, at some point they said that NIMC had leaked our information. I mean, NIMC mistakenly leaked NINs on the dark web, and people, not that they leaked, NIN informations were sold on the dark web for at least as little as 100 naira or so, right? So imagine people selling somebody's data for as little as 100 naira, NIN for as little as 100 naira. How critical that data is for that cheap, right? But of course, the more the data, the more expensive it is. Right. So data is truly gold. It's truly gold for most organizations and even threat actors. I have data analytics and big data, right? Who has done data analytics in this class? Or who has done data analysis? It's a very great course, and you get to use very sophisticated tools. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, you have done that. Okay, Oluwatonsi has said, okay, you have done that. Oh, nice, 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 nice. I'm sure you would be able to use tools like Power BI, even Excel too, right? Even Excel. What else again? Which other one again? There's even Python too, and there are a whole bunch of data analytics tools that MySQL, which is on the database side, very good, right? Tells you how data is important because data has to be structured, has to be analyzed. And that's what most companies are looking out for, how to analyze large set of data, big data, right? Big data is a new term with data analytics, unstructured data. The problem here is not having the data. The problem here is structuring the data. That's why I said, if somebody has data, he has your date of birth, he has your NIN, and he's not able to tie that data to you, right? It means that he just has data. His information is not structured. The information is not structured to say it's a person's KYC. But however, there's a date of birth. But who is the date of birth referring to? Who is the NIN referring to? Right? So that's where the unstructured part of it comes in. So you also have data visualization. Yeah, data visualization is also that is where Power BI. I'm sure some of us who have done the data analytics course might have used Power BI, and even Excel too. You can use Excel to visualize data. You can use it to categorize data and so on and so forth. So that's the power of, that's how important data is. Imagine a whole course dedicated to data, right? A whole terminology dedicated to the use of data, right? Please, if you have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the comment section. We're trying to also catch up. I'm trying to also catch up with time so that we do not stay for long, right? If you have any question, please drop them on the comment section. We can look at it together. Right. All right. So we'll move on quickly. We have practically 10 minutes, but we'll look at this topic, together. Understanding security threats. Understanding security threats, right? Who can tell me Who knows what the 3 security triad is? Who has heard of the security triad? Who has heard of the security triad? Don't Google it. I'm sure you have Googled it already, or you have used ChatGPT to generate it already. Who have heard of the security triad? The CIA, yes. Okay. Bade has said CIA. Aya, tell me the full meaning of CIA. Any other person? Bade has said CIA. Very good. Full meaning of CIA. Let us let's see how far some of us have done researches. Unmute you. Okay. Jerry say he wants to unmute me. I should unmute Martins. Okay. Oh, you don't know I. Okay, but you know confidentiality and availability. All right. So who can help us with the I? Oluwatosi has given us the C and A. Okay. Brilliant. Ayodele Ayodele has given us, and Baditu has given us the I. So integrity, confidentiality, integrity, and availability are the three are the triad of security, cyber security, as the case may be, or information security. Right. And of course, we know that confidentiality is when you're trying to keep things secure, you're trying to ensure that there's privacy. Confidentiality also is like privacy, right? You're also trying to ensure that information is not leaked, information is not exposed, right? That even if you're sharing with somebody, you're sharing it in confidence. Let me also use that very term, simple term. You're sharing any information with a authorized party in confidence, right? Most of the information we share with the banks, I've already learned. Okay. Oh, you see, you did a cybersecurity course. Great. So we already have a backstory about the CIA. Great. So, basically that is what the C stands for: protecting the information, right, from threat actors. And there are various ways that your information can be leaked. There's something they call network sniffing or network snooping, eavesdropping, and also social engineering. Who can tell me what social engineering is? Abiodun, tell me what social engineering is. You can tell me what social engineering is. Quickly, just drop it down. Just drop a short description of what social engineering is. Then we can move forward. Social engineering. A lot of them are doing. Wow, a lot of us are using ChatGPT. The name is quite easy now. It's quite easy. It's quite easy to break down. Oh yeah, social engineering. Anyways, so let me just extract information by exploiting human behavior. It seems too structured. Okay. Of course, you need to get closer to people to get their info. Okay. Human behavior. Okay. Yeah, both answers are very correct. Very correct. Yeah, I agree with you. Very correct. So as I said, there are ways of leaking information and snooping, eavesdropping, wiretapping, social engineering, and of course, social engineering is one of them, right? A lot of our Yahoo boys use social engineering tactics, what they call so they call it something love. There's a particular name, like the study someone have it. Yes, accumulate. Exactly. That's exactly what our G boys or Yahoo boys do on Instagram and other kinds of social media date pooling, right? And wiretapping, of course, is what is physically tapping somebody's communication line, right? Physically tapping somebody's communication line. There have been instances of where you see diversion of calls and all of that. Wiretapping is what the FBI used back in the days, right, to listen to people's conversation. And of course, anything that the FBI can do, hackers pretty much can also adopt it. Eavesdropping too is also almost the same thing, right? Low tech attack, eavesdropping can even be done physically, right? It can be done physically, right? But of course, there are also high-tech methods of doing it, as you can see, and as is illustrated in our material here, right? And a lot of movies, you also see eavesdropping, right? They're listening to conversations of key information. I used to hear that sophisticated G-boys then, back in the days, used to do that a lot of the time. And there's also phishing. Phishing is also a form of social engineering, but it's also a very sophisticated one, right? This time you have to send some form of link or share some form of they do that. We have been experiencing that even on WhatsApp too, where they tell you to share this link to 5,000 people, share this link to 2,000 people and get a prize, right? And why you do that sharing of that link to anybody in a group, or you share it to 20,000 people or the 20 people, that link you're sharing, has things like phone number, name, email, and that's how they keep harvesting people's email and phone number. And funny enough, that is how most WhatsApp application or WhatsApp user accounts are hacked, right? Because once you have the person's phone number and email, you can brute force any of those things. Trust me, I've seen it, I've witnessed it, and it was quite intriguing, right? You'd be wondering, what does the person's email and phone number have to do with it's very important. Your phone number and email, sometimes that we tie them to the WhatsApp. So if you have a phone number or email tied to your WhatsApp, it's pretty much necessary for you to protect your email. Right. So phishing, is where threat actors try to gain information from users, passwords from users and account information, via the phishing attack method. It could be via email, it could be via WhatsApp, it could be via a social media platform, right? And those emails they send usually seem authentic. The same thing with the WhatsApp, they send information that seem authentic from sometimes they say, I think they have seen one they sent using Coca-Cola, sent using Nike. And they usually look authentic, but from the link, you will know that it is not authentic. And there's also something they call shoulder surfing. Shoulder surfing is that maybe as your cleaner is cleaning the office, he looks over your shoulder and sees your screen and sees account details of a customer, right? Shoulder surfing is is a physical attack method. The person has to be able to look at your screen, and that's why we have privacy glasses. Oh, he said what? Please, I'm going to down. Okay. Yes. James would help us with that. I'll share the link with him, and of course, he will share the link via WhatsApp. Sorry about the network issues again. Anyway, so shoulder surfing, as I said, is one very sophisticated attack, but of course, you have to be done physically. You have to be at the back of the person looking at the person's screen. And hence, that is why we all have a privacy glass we have a privacy screen protectors that we can put on our glass. But I think we also can do it on our laptops too. There's a laptop privacy screen that can be mounted on the screen of our computer so that somebody cannot easily look at our screen at the shoulder level, right? All those are security threats that security methods that threat actors use. So integrity concerns when users access data, they have expectations that the data is correct and from a valid source. That's basically integrity. Integrity is ensuring that the data is correct. The data is correct. Our time is up. But I don't know, James, can we do like some 5 minutes so I can just talk about I and the A, then we can call it a day.
Right, 5 minutes. Yeah, you can go ahead for 5 minutes.
For 5 minutes, all right. Gracias, thank you. So as we have mentioned, confidentiality is ensuring protection of your data. Integrity is ensuring the completeness, the correctness of your data, right? Correctness of your data, ensuring that the data is valid, right? That's the security behind it. If the data is not authentic, it means that the data is false, and of course, it can cause a lot of attack, right? The data has to be accurate and consistent, not just for us. Well, very important for us, but of course, threat actors use that too for their own benefits. I've seen attacks that they actually change the account information in the email and send them another account. That's how threat actors do, right? But of course, there's a way to confirm the integrity of that information by either confirming the account number or confirming the source of that information, right? So on part attack, commonly known as man in the middle, I'm sure we have been hearing that a lot. A man in the middle is not it's not the one that we know in Nigeria, but man in the middle is a very sophisticated attack that happens especially on the network level and in the email level too, which is also on the network level, right? Right, between server and the client. So that's another way to look at it. But of course, the server and the client has to be on the network, right? So a attacker can be sitting on a server or on a network and be seeing the responses between a server and a client. That means a user accessing a server. That is what a man in the middle is. And that usually happens in organizations that have sophisticated network, local area network, or all the kinds of networks that we can think about, right? And it can also happen even on the cloud too, where a threat actor sits and gets information that is shared between various sources, both sources of third party and internal users. So of course, these are the various kinds of attacks: replay attack. And all of these attacks are tied to how the CIA is. So all of these kinds of attacks are tied to integrity of information, unauthorized information alteration, right? That means you're changing the information to suit your own information needs. That is the alteration. And that can happen at the database level. It can happen at the email level, right? Most organizations also see such kinds of attacks where they receive emails from the wrong source. Even though they think it's the right source, they get the wrong emails from the wrong source, thinking it's the right source. So that means that information has been altered, or that user has been altered, right? These are these very sophisticated ways of ensuring that the information doesn't have its integrity. And then availability concerns, the availability means that access to data is restricted unlawfully. There's something they call DDoS. Who can tell me the full meaning of DDoS? Quickly, we have 1 minute before we round up. The full meaning of DDoS. DDoS or DOS is a type of attack. Who can tell me the full meaning of DOS? I can see some of us using ChatGPT. You stop using ChatGPT. But anyways, who can tell me the full meaning of DOS? DOS. And what the attack is all about? What type of attack is that? Hello, guys. Oh, denial of service. What about the one that has D in front of it? There's another one that has D in front of it. Tell me the full meaning. Tell me the meaning of the denial of service now. Yes, like DDoS. Babina, no, it's not. It's not this operating system. It is denial of service. Yes, as Temi has rightfully said. Okay. Yeah, please. It is denial of service. right? But there's also actually something called Disk operating system, and that's, that used to be the old school terminology. Anyways, denial of service is a attack that ensures that users do not have access to a site or a service, right? That is talking about availability. So if you imagine you trying to access your banking site and a attacker uses denial of service to hit the banking website, that's the whole idea of that denial of service is for it to bring down the site, for it to not be active for users. That's the whole idea of the denial of service. So attackers use that to hold functionality of the site and make it unavailable to users. Okay, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, resources, yeah, denial of resources. Okay, so when hackers take over hospital management systems, that one is exploits. They have actually exploited the system, but denial of service is making the resources unavailable to users. That means if you're trying to log into a website, it will make the website not to be available. And meanwhile, that site is supposed to be open. It just tells you that a threat actor is sending series of requests that the website cannot handle. So it brings down the site, and all of a sudden you see that the site is not available. Meanwhile, you have internet, you have connectivity and all of that. All right, guys. I think we have taken 2 minutes out of it. James, please forgive us for taking the extra 2
Okay,
minutes.
yeah. Yes, I can understand that, right? I can understand that. I can understand that. Thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome,
you.
sir.
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much. That was a powerful delivery from Chinedu. Thank you very much. Every one of us in the class, can we give a round of applause in the chat room to our lecturer, our trainer for today? That was a powerful, powerful, powerful delivery. I know many of us ask so many questions after now. We have a lot of questions. Okay, how would you go about this and all of those and all of those? However, the slides and the live recording will be shared with us much later, so we can go over the video again. So if there's any part we missed, that will definitely cover up for us. I want to believe that strongly. Okay, so that is that. Thank you very much, Chinedu. We appreciate that. So powerful a delivery. I learned a lot, and I believe every one of us in the class as
Thank you
well
so much.
has learned a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you. Thank
My
you.
pleasure.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Right.
All right.
Thank
All
you.
right.
All right. So at this point, I want to welcome Mercy. Mercy is the college administrator. So she wants to give us a few announcements before we call it a day and before we go out of this class. So over to you, Mercy.
All right, guys, good afternoon from here. Thank you, Chinedu Okoro, for such a wonderful delivery.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
so
You're
much.
welcome.
And for everyone who joined the call today, I appreciate every one of you. All right, so the reason I'm here this afternoon is just to make just few announcements. Okay, so the first one is about your attendance. A lot of us on the call do not fill up the attendance, but we are always attending classes. So please do well to always fill up the attendance. And then secondly, for our NID students, I observe that a lot of you have joined the group you are not supposed to join. Okay, so you are not supposed to be on that very platform. So if you know you are there, you can James, please can you share the attendance? Thank you. So a lot of you
Yes, I will do that now.
thank you. So some of you that are there, please do well to exit that group and then just maintain your group. I'm talking about our NID student, okay? And then for some of us that are still talking about student number is only specific for our NID students. So whenever you see that space, you can do well to put your names there, okay? And then for our CompTIA student, you are supposed to make a commitment fee, a registration fee of 5,000 naira. And most of us have done that. Some of us are yet to do that. So I just want to say that if you have not done that, it could be that all of your attendance would be in vain, and it will not be nice that you take us backward to go check your records for your attendance. So please make your payment on time before we start the main exams for this program. Okay, so that's just what I want to say. And then for our NID students, okay. What's the question? Sorry, please. Okay, so for the course section, Temi, for the course section, you are supposed to write the CompTIA, or you can ask James to give you the right information to fill in there. But it is CompTIA TechPlus, okay?
TechPlus. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
CompTIA
CompTIA
TechPlus.
TechPlus. So that's what you should do, should write there. And so, like I was saying about our NID students, most of you have not been doing your test. You have not been filling up the attendance. You have not been doing your test. Please, if you're having any difficulty, do well to chat me privately, and then I will give you all that I have to give you. It is pertinent you take your test. It is pertinent you take your test. Your test is as good as your attendance. So please do well to take your test. And for our NID students, you are asking of the course code. James, please, what's the course code for our NID student today? James, are you there?
Yes, I'm
That's
with you. I will drop that in the chat room. Just
okay. Okay, so that's fine. So please, if you have not been doing your test, please go ahead and be doing them as it comes. Do it as it comes. If you have any challenge or difficulty, please put a chat or a call through, and then you'll be attended to accordingly. Lastly, before I leave you on the call, talking about our NID students again, you have seen that we've gone so far into the studies, and most of you are supposed to pay up your acceptance fee. I understand that a lot of you have reached out to me asking for an extension. If you are in that category, you know the specific time to make your acceptance fee. Okay, so please do well to do all that you need to do. Okay. Okay, so for today's class, everyone is supposed to fill up, this is the course you are supposed to fill up, Introduction to AI. Okay, Introduction to AI. Okay, so I believe that's all I have to say for now. If you have any question, if you have any inquiries, please reach out to me on WhatsApp. And then, sorry, before I close or before I exit the group, the platform for this afternoon, most of us, you are supposed to, there are times you should chat and there are times you shouldn't chat, okay? So just do well to know the right time to chat so you will get your responses accordingly, all right? Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. My name is Mercy. Thank you, and do have a very blessed weekend. James, over to you.
yeah. Thank you very much, Mercy. Thank you. So please, as rightly said, let us all take note of every piece of information that has been passed across to us. And then information reaching me as well from private chat. Some of us have missed some of the assessments that we're supposed to do. Somebody chatted me up as well today for one with us, either myself or Mercy. Do a private chat with us so that we can know the reasons why you've not taken any of your assessments. At least I had a reason, a genuine reason, however, from someone today. She has not been able to take the three assessments that we've had so far, and there's a genuine reason for that. So we'll look into the reasons and then we'll attend to them accordingly. So please, let's take note of that as well. And then there's a feedback form sent to the chat box. So please do well to click on the link and fill in the form, the feedback form. So we desire your honest feedback, right? So I want to say a very big thank you to everyone in class for today. If you have any other questions or anything that we need to address, it will be addressed in the WhatsApp community created for Computer Tech Plus, and then for our NID students, we also address that uh, uh, in the WhatsApp platform created for that as well. So please, okay, someone is saying, what of us that have already filled the attendance without input AI as the course? Yes, the course you will put, if you are our NID student, that's when you put introduction to AI. But if you are not one of our NID students, kindly put Computer Tech Plus as what you will feel in that particular place, right? And I'm talking to Abiodun, so that settles that. So someone is also asking, can the third assessment be done today? Like I rightly said, it will be addressed accordingly, provided you private chat and you tell us the reasons why you've not written the test, because the assessment has been sent since yesterday and there are instructions that followed the assessment, like there are instructions that were written there on the assessment that it has to be taken that day and submitted that day, right? So, and then, so remember as well, only those who have paid their registration fee will be graduating and getting their certificates at the end of the Computer Tech Plus study. So please take note of that. If you've not paid your registration fee, I am not so sure you'll be graduating, and I'm not so sure as well that you'll be having certificates for attending or certificates for being part of this class, right from the very beginning up to the end, even if you finish with us. And so please, you need to also look into that. And I believe Mercy emphasized that. So please, kindly pay up your registration fee. You know the amount. You know the amount already for those in Nigeria, 5,000 naira. So I would also post that in the WhatsApp community so that we can all see that as well. All right, so thank you very much for being in class today. I think somebody is asking a question. So somebody said I should refill the attendance. No, 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 no. Don't refill any attendance. Just leave it the way you have done it. Just leave it like that, please. Don't refill. If you refill, you will create more problems for us. So please leave it the way you've done it. Abiodun, leave it the way you've done it, please. All right. So thank you very much for today. Thank you very much for today. And I want to say, do have a lovely weekend. Do have a lovely weekend. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And bye for now.